Our Hollywoodbets player of the day for the first day is Sepang Ditole. Your 7th career 100, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well played. What were the highlights of the innings for you?
Probably the boring stuff. Probably getting to the new ball, making sure my defenses are solid. My decision making between the bad balls was good because I didn't get a lot. Obviously, they tried to frustrate us with straight to fields. So just getting through those periods, that was the highlight.
And they bowled straight all day. So most of your scoring strokes were against the wide ball. Was that a conscious decision? If you see a wide one, I'm going for it?
Yeah. In those conditions. Well, I knew that the guys were going to come either short or straight, just to limit me from scoring from wider lines. Yeah, I must say my prep was good enough, and I'm happy that it came off. 200s
in 2 games. I mentioned yesterday you're in the form of your life. Do you think you can really kick on from here?
I don't see what's stopping me. I don't see why. Like I said, I prep well. I prep according to what I'm going to get on that weekend or on that weekdays. But yeah, if it's there for me to take, I'll take it. If it's not, then it's part of cricket.
Give me an idea where you see the match going from here.
I think the first hour will pretty much determine how the rest of the day goes. But we know we're up against a pretty much strong opposition. They got very good batsmen. But I think the wicket will play good in terms of because we have cash. So yeah, we're looking forward to getting out there and bowling.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Bears, nice to meet you.
How are you?
This morning, but I'm pretty sure, probably.
Yeah. Right, Bears Swanepoel. If I look up at the scoreboard and look at your figures, 20 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 37. You hardly bowled a bad ball yesterday. You must be proud of yourself.
I am very confident. I feel last week in Cape Town I wasn't at my best. But I feel if I just stick to the good habits, the back to basics, then that is me. Like on a length, I feel I'm more effective there. I'm not searching for wickets. So yeah, just keep it simple for longer periods and get your rewards.
I saw your captain's face when he lost the toss yesterday. He knew what was coming. And you, presumably as a new ball bowler, knew what was coming. You weren't going to bowl them out cheaply. It was going to be hard work. How do you prepare for a day like that?
Yeah, I think especially if you come to Durban, you know it's going to be tough soil in the dirt, hard work, long hours, long spells. But I just feel like we knew we're up to against a good team. Yeah, Durban is always known for spin, so as our seamers, we're not ideally. But it's a tough one to prep for. But we just feel the longer we stuck in, the longer we do the good processes, we'll reap the rewards. And yeah, I think taking them 6 down, we're very happy that on day 1.
And here we are, just spoken to Sepang Ditole, and he's saying first hour is absolutely vital, and I'm sure you would agree with that.
100%. I feel we still got a newish ball, 17 overs old, so I think if we can get into business that first hour, see what the game possesses after, then we can maybe move the game forward after that.
And after that performance against Western Province last week, the whole squad must be very confident.
Yes, 100%. I think especially going away from the Wanderers, if we can get a win, and especially in 3 days, they come often. So to have an extra rest day helped us a lot, especially being full day in the field yesterday. So yeah, so we're taking confidence out of it, and then let's see what this game presents.
Go and put your kit on. Thanks for talking.
100%. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thank you so much.
Well spoken.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpa.
Just like that. What's this? It's a jam.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Good morning and welcome to Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. Another awesome day here in Durban, Vornie. Another awesome day for cricket. The Dolphins ended the first day on 306 for 6 in those 97 overs. A wonderful day of cricket and definitely in the balance. In commentary with me, Vaughan van Jaarsveld. Welcome, Vornie.
Morning, Baxi. Morning, everybody. Yesterday was quite entertaining. We had a centurion. We had a few drop catches, a few chances, quite a few wickets. So all in all, very good day. The mood at the moment with the fielding side walking out looks a bit somber, but I think for their sake, hopefully they're not out there for too long.
Yeah, Bonnie, that would definitely be the plan for the Lions, wouldn't it? They'd like to schedule the Dolphins here, at least get the next 4 wickets within the next hour to hour and a half, and then possibly be batting before lunch.
I think even if they set a target of trying to bowl them out just before lunch or at lunchtime, and then having that lunch break just to gather their thoughts and obviously try and recover, or their batters to try and recover. That would try and be the plan. Obviously, things sometimes don't go to plan. You might bowl them out a lot earlier, and then you get your batting innings underway.
Bonnie, overnight we've had a little bit of rain in some parts. We've got a little bit more cloud cover today than yesterday. How do you think that helps the Lions in the field today?
Well, they do have a 17 old over ball in their hands. So with the cloud cover, we're a bit more damp, a bit more air density. We might see a bit of swing, a bit of movement off the deck. So hopefully they can use it to the best of their ability and make sure that they don't repeat the mistakes they made yesterday.
Agreed. And for the Dolphins, their camp, I think the chat would be we've got to bat to lunch. We've got to get to a place where we're 400 plus. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think let's just have a look here. Cody Yusuf bustling in again. Familiar side from yesterday. As the batting side, I'd even be tempted to say we need to try and bat till after lunch. Just not try and just do one session, maybe try and do a session and a half, maybe 2. Try and get the Lions out of the game completely, where the Dolphins just bat once and then try and bowl the Lions out twice. That's one way of trying to win a 4-day game. So it all becomes a little bit of a chess game at the moment. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
And the key man at the crease being Anu Viljoen. He's on 57, but he'd know that he'd need to start again today.
I mean, the nice thing for the Dolphins is they're not 8 down. They've got 2 accomplished batters at the crease. Obviously, Ethan Bosch has played for a while now. Anu Viljoen as well. One's on 50, one's on 12. They just need to settle in. They need to take it as deep as possible. And if that means leaving like Anu Viljoen's just done now, it's just about getting yourself in, making sure you're seeing the ball 100%, that you're comfortable in at the crease, and that you can actually just bat for a long time. The longer they bat here, the easier it's going to get for their team and their teammates going into their fielding stint.
What you've mentioned, Ethan Bosch has been around for a while now. His batting has definitely improved over the years. What do you expect to see from him?
That's him in the uncomfortables. Myself and Andy spoke about it towards the end of the evening yesterday. We just want to see Ethan's numbers grow. So we want him to start scoring more runs consistently, getting those numbers up, getting the average up, because he's definitely a cricketer to watch. And he can go quite far. I mean, he's a brilliant all-rounder. He bowls as well. Probably he'll take the new ball later for the Dolphins. But in his batting stint, I would rather try try and score as many runs as you can, because once you start getting onto a roll, it's just nice to have, and you can build that confidence, and you can keep being nice and consistent, and you can score consistently throughout the whole season and not just every now and again.
Well, sorry, just to digress there, I know Fullion is he's not walking straight, is he?
No, that's probably the most uncomfortable place to get hit. No one can help you but yourself. Maybe an ice pack if you're lucky, and that's about it.
Oh, another good leave by Hanno Fullion. Just over the off stump. And a good first over from Cody Yusuf, only continuing where he left off yesterday.
Nice to see that length nice and full. Just maybe a couple of inches over off stump. Lovely to see if they carry on with that straight line, wicket to wicket. Don't give the batters anything.
Definitely looks like there's a little bit of nip around. You did mention the ball only now 18 overs old, so there will still be a little bit of assistance there, and maybe with a little bit of cloud cover as we have today, as well as a little bit of moisture around early morning, we will see that ball nip around. But like you say, Bonnie, they've still got to put the ball in the right areas.
Wouldn't we all have to see a similar ball that got Kaizondo out yesterday? A little bit of swing and a bit of nip. Just a bit of something. I think the fielding team would love that at the moment.
Here's the man that did it. Yes, Swanepoel. We heard from him a little bit earlier in an interview with Andy. He runs into Oshu, which was
absolutely creamed through the covers, which is almost just a check drive that he's played.
Oh, that's good timing, Bonnie, as we watch the replay. It's like a defensive shot.
It's literally punched it straight through the covers. Good weight transfer, waiting for the ball as late as possible and not trying to overhit it. We did see yesterday a few of the Dolphins players just getting a bit frustrated, trying to hit the ball too hard and not just letting the ball come to them and making sure that they're playing the ball underneath their eyes and getting on top of the bounce, almost looking for that extravagant boundary shot every now and again, instead of just trying to maybe do the basics a little bit better.
At this stage, Bonnie, the ball's still nice and hard. Actually, is heading towards the offside boundary, which is really short as well. So there's no need to overhit the ball, is there?
I don't think there's a need to overhit it at all in four-day cricket. There's so many gaps. As we see, they've really got 3 guys behind the stumps. You've got a square point, put your cover and middle on, and your mid wicket and your fine leg. And like I say, there's so many gaps. We saw a lot of on drives yesterday. Beautiful cricket shot.
Lovely bit of timing there again.
Just looking at the size of the field and where the fielders are placed at the moment, there's ample scoring opportunities, so the Dolphins guys don't have to get frustrated. Even if they go through a period of 10, 20, 30 minutes where they don't score any runs, obviously just need to stay nice and calm and make the Lions bowlers toil. As we see the Gutty coming out into catching cover, similar to what he had yesterday.
really impressive yesterday. When he was looking up at that scoreboard, 20.5, 2 wickets for 42. He was excellent in terms of his consistency and just in the way that he attacked the stumps.
But even if we see this over so far, I mean, he's only bowling his last ball now. He's asking the right questions. I mean, yes, Tony Fillion's driven 2 quite nicely, but they're straight to fielders. So he's doing his job. He's bowling where he needs to bowl. What he wants to try and do is try and hit the stumps. Maybe try and nip one back, hit the pad, go through the gates. So it's just, he's executed very well, especially for 21 overs. I mean, it's good to see.
And of course, the DP World Lions wouldn't mind the Dolphins batters throwing their hands at a ball now and then early on.
Not at all. As we saw yesterday, the minute that Dolphins tried to do anything untoward, the wicket fell, there was a chance, half a chance. I know we've spoken a lot about the Dolphins and how they've, same with the fielding side. Just be nice and patient. Just make sure you're hitting your length, your line, consistently, over after over. I would almost say to them, it's how many maidens you can build up throughout the first hour, throughout the second hour.
Once again, Vorney, the Dolphins batter's not trying to overhit the ball.
Just leant on that nicely. Yeah. Nice, good, kept his shape. Not worried about the catching cover and the guy behind him, piercing the gap to a T.
Really good cricket by the young Hollywoodbets.
As he moves on to 61.
Again, nice and solid on defence.
If you look at it effectively, that magical 500 is only 180 runs away. So it's 180. It's not 80, but it is there and thereabouts. So if you get as close as possible, you're putting yourself in the pound seat.
Not impossible, Vorney. I think the wicket still looks good for batting. Someone though will have to get a big one to get that team to 500.
You almost want this partnership just to have a one in front of the last two digits. They're on 39 at the moment. These two can keep going, get it to 100 and plus, putting their team in the driving seat.
Yeah.
Bowlers will be nice and fresh.
Yeah. We spoke yesterday just about the importance of taking your catches, and something that's always spoken about in every change room would be the importance of partnerships as well.
Batting, bowling, fielding, it's all relevant. They all work together.
Yeah.
Just felt at one stage yesterday the Lions fielding was disjointed. Maybe guys were drifting, I don't know, but it is what it is. It happens. It is cricket. We're all not robots. But the thing that drop catch in the covers off Cody Yusuf was, I think that was the turning point. Because imagine if you take that catch, they could have bowled the Dolphins out cheaply.
Yeah.
They could have been batting already. Never know.
Yeah. I think it's all about momentum there, Vorney. You've got your number one bowler running in. He's bowling extremely well. He's creating chances, and when he creates that chance, you've got to take it. And then momentum is with you. When that catch goes down, the heads go down as well.
Well played off his legs. Good balance. As Potgieter nearly loses his footing.
Chalk and cheese from Cody Yusuf. Yesterday's first session, spell in the first session as compared to today, Vorney.
He was unbelievable yesterday. Unlucky not to get a wicket. He was probably their best bowler that brought the intensity, the lines, the lengths.
He's just attacked the stumps a little bit better today. He's made the batters play.
He's been nice and tight. That's why I say it must have been spoken about either last night or this morning. He's definitely his line in from outside of stump, sort of to try and hit the stumps. Almost edging him on to just to get a wicket.
Yeah.
I feel for the poor lad.
Rock solid on defence again, Hollywoodbets.
The nice thing for me there is he's playing as late as possible. Nice straight bats.
Right under his eyes, Vorney, a lesson for all those young cricketers out there watching on the viewing today.
The later you play the ball, the better. Shot.
So Bayer Swanepoel to continue, 320 for 6. Good start for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins this morning after Hanifil Yun got poleaxed by one a few inches below the solar plexus. He's got back up and he's looking fine again. He's on 61, Ethan Bosch on 22, partnership now worth 40. And this opening hour is looking good at the moment for the Dolphins, which is a good time for me to introduce their CEO. Oh, what a good shot. That's 4 runs. And that's as good a shot as Ethan Bosch has played in this innings. He goes to 26 not out. Heinrich Stradum alongside me. You would have been proud of that off drive in your storied career.
Yeah, morning Andy. I don't quite know about a storied career, but certainly full face of the bat. Ethan Bosch is he's actually looked very good yesterday afternoon and this morning. Yeah, so far so good.
I've always thought about Ethan Bosch from the moment that I first saw him, that he's got a lot more talent with the bat than his results would suggest. He's averaging 23 in first-class cricket. He's a much better player than that. So I'd like to see him work on that. I'd like to see him become a genuine all-rounder because I think he's got the talent.
Yeah, I certainly think he's got the potential. He's, I mean, even last week when Marcus Ackerman was injured, he actually put his hand up to go in at 3. Yeah, so I mean, he's probably had the unfortunate thing of running out of partners towards the end of the innings quite a few times. He's normally batted 7-8ish, so he would have, he would probably go after the bowlers at the end of the innings. And sometimes when you do that and you're running out of partners, you also play 1 or 2 shots that you probably shouldn't be playing.
Oh, he's done it again. Whoa, magnificent. That's probably better than the first one.
Yeah, unbelievable shot that.
Wow. So Swanepoel knows that he can't overpitch. I would say that's a genuine half volley. Have a look at it again on the screen. And he's just followed through beautifully. Good shot. So 328. Heinrich's the CEO, and so I'm going to ask him what's going on here. We've started to hear the noise of.
Again, I think the floodlights and the scoreboard's probably been 2 of the things that have kept me up at night. On match days, you keep praying that nothing goes wrong with the old lights and the old scoreboard. So this new scoreboard, it's been a few years of working on it, and finally to have it on, it's magnificent, and it's an absolute beautiful screen. And I do think it will bring a lot of extra opportunities with it. I mean, something simple like this pitch vision now, we actually link it to the screen. You can follow the game. You can actually, there's a little delay, so you can actually see the replay immediately. And we're looking to do movie nights. We're looking to do various other things. Actually, during our stadium golf event, which was a unique event, we actually were watching the rugby while we were playing golf at the stadium. So I don't think I would have ever been able to use that all in one sentence.
Fantastic. So if you had a movie night here, it would be like an old-fashioned drive-in. You'd have cars on the outfield and people hooking up to the sound, or would it all be Bluetooth onto your phone these days?
No, I think that's probably what we want to do. I do think that old drive-in vibe is probably something we'd like to create. Maybe a bit of popcorn and whatever it might be. And then the added value for events, we obviously hosted the Comrades finish, various other events. Where now, if they use this venue, you've got a big screen already in place that you can just plug into and use. So we want to keep adding to the stadium, and we want to make sure that more and more events can actually be hosted here, just because of the quality of what we can provide.
Yeah, it's the big thing, isn't it? With the modern day stadia, you have to find a way to pay for everything. I'll give you an example. The Millennium Stadium in Wales that hosted the 1999 Rugby World Cup final, it is still being paid for because they tried to get lottery money to pay for it, and at the end of the day, lottery said, no, we don't like your business plan. So now the Millennium Stadium has to have a major event every month just to pay the interest, which is a real problem. Now you're not in that situation here. Hollywoodbets Kingsmead is all paid off, but Heinrich Stadium's job is to leverage the stadium and its facilities, and does that give you time to focus on the core business of cricket?
Yeah, I think we've got. I mean, there's so many different angles to this job.
Oh, full toss from Potsane to start the day.
Yeah,
that's a shame. We didn't see him bowl a single full toss yesterday.
Yeah, I wanted to just add, sorry, he was actually quite impressive on his debut yesterday. Obviously, just this morning a little bit of maybe stiffness or whatever with that first delivery, but yeah, he looks like a prospect for the future. So to come back to your point, I think we've obviously, the stadium is 102 years old now. We've managed to stand it. To stand the test of time. We've had a beautiful 100-year celebration evening 2 years ago. We had a whole week of festivities. We had all the greats of KZN in one room. And
he's got him! Caught and bowled! Potsane is claiming it, and the batter is standing. Now, that's interesting. The umpires will have to make a decision there. Was it a bump ball? I must say my initial thought was that surely he squeezed that, but the umpires are coming together, Babs and Chopper. What do they have to say? We can see it again on the screen. I think that's out, Heinrich.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tight call. I'll leave it to the umpires. Yeah, I think he's out. Yes, what a good catch.
Well, you were just saying that he's a good prospect. Well, one of the things that struck me yesterday was that they put him at short mid-wicket, and they had Seletswani on the other side, and those two saved a hell of a lot of runs yesterday. So he's obviously not just a very good slow left-arm bowler. He's a proper cricketer, and this is a proper catch. Low down, got the fingers under it, and although Ethan Bosch doesn't want to go because he just started striking the ball beautifully, he's got to go for 36, 336 for 7. And it was one of the themes of yesterday, Heinrich, that every time you felt the Dolphins were right on top and were cruising, a wicket would fall and the Lions would come back into the game. I thought it was a really good day of first-class cricket yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at the history between these two proud teams, it's always been quality cricket. It's always been high intensity. The fielding actually yesterday, like you've just mentioned, I think mid-off, mid-on, they were very good in the way they stopped those possible boundaries. The bowlers, again, I think you mentioned Cody Yusuf, but I think Bayer Swanepoel was also magnificent yesterday. He was very tight lines, and he put in a lot of effort with his 20 overs that he bowled yesterday. I think Pamela was decent. Delano is always good in Durban as well. So I have to say, I mean, it's the batters. It's not been easy to score, but they've somehow found a way. And I have to say, Tsepang Detoli at the moment is just in such fantastic form. He batted phenomenally well yesterday, with some good cameos from various players. So Hanu has been good stepping in, and I think his innings yesterday, getting us to close of play, was a very important one. And hopefully we can just keep building a little bit this morning and hopefully get close to that 400 mark.
Now here comes the skipper. Now this is a moment ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've got a 19-year-old debutant slow left armer bowling to the #1 bowler in the world, who bowls slow left arm for South Africa and will end his career as the greatest spinner this country has ever produced. I wonder what Sipho Potsani is thinking, because this will be his hero walking to the crease right here. And I wonder what he's thinking. Should I give him one off the mark? He won't be thinking that. He'll be looking to bowl the perfect ball here, pitching it on a leg stump and hitting the top of off.
Yeah, I think he will be trying to impress Kesh. But the way I know Kesh as well, he probably wants to go after him. So
Yes.
it would be an interesting little mini battle coming up.
I just saw his first-class stats up on the screen. I was surprised to see he's averaging 19.9, so let's call it 20. And here he is coming in at number 9. Now, we know that Kesh has no style, but he can hit a ball.
Well, I'll have to give him a little bit of credit. I think he can actually, he has a little bit of style. No, I won't take that away from him. But he's certainly a good striker of the ball.
Oh, there you go. You called it. You called it. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, there was no doubt in my mind that he was going to go after him. And the way we know Kesh, he's an aggressive batter. He's always quite attacking in his approach. And he's certainly played some really important innings for the Dolphins over many years. Sometimes for the Proteas, he's gone out when we thought, yes, if we can just get a bit more out of him. But I think he sort of lives and dies by the sword and the attacking nature that he has when he bats.
So he said to this young man, by using his eyes, I've given you 1 dot ball, now the game's on. He's hit the next one over the top for 4. What do we do here? A little bit slower and just back of a length. And I was also talking on commentary yesterday about what's going to happen when it is the Lions' turn to bat and Kesh comes on to bowl. That young man is probably going to be stood next to me watching.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, that's the beauty of this game, and having players like Keshav available for some of the fixtures. The youngsters will just learn so much from just seeing him in action, seeing his intensity, the way he conducts himself on and off the field, his professionalism, his energy. So yeah, there's so much to learn from a player like that, and that's the beauty of having him available. We've also got a young left arm spinner, obviously Bryce in the team, but also a player like Gopalan. Aryan Gopalan is one of our squad members who's also a left arm spinner, so he'll also learn a lot from just having Keshav in the change room with him. But getting back to your question earlier about the different angles and what a CEO's job actually is, I mean, it's such a vast variety of things that you have to do, from the normal things like governance and
here from behind, so we won't see if there is bat, but just have a look at the line here. But well, fair enough, the finger went straight up, I have to say, and that's a big breakthrough. So that both overnight batters have gone now. Bosch for 34 and Phil Yun for a really well made 63. And he looks very unhappy. There's no third umpire available in 4-day cricket. Otherwise, I'm sure it would have been reviewed. But you just have to get on with it.
Hundreds. I think we spoke about it. Actually, I attended. We had our Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Sunfoil under 13 hub tournament in Ishawi this past weekend, and we had the final on Sunday. So I went down there, and the one kid got out, and I could just hear the parents in the background moan about the decision. And while I was watching that, I was obviously following our ladies, Hollywoodbets Dolphins ladies playing at the Wanderers, and also the men playing in Paarl, and both those games had slightly dodgy decisions at the same sort of time, and I just told everybody, the umpires pitch up and they want to do the best they can possibly do, and sometimes it's the human nature. We will make maybe, and I'm not saying that that decision was wrong, but maybe sometimes we will make mistakes. It's just the way in which we almost recognize it, and how we then make sure that we don't repeat them, or at least review and see how we can do things better. But yeah, it's one of those where we have to respect that it's still the human nature. We all make mistakes, and we have to be 100%. We have to trust them that they want to do the best they can possibly be. And I mean, that filters down to all school teams. I mean, every day you'll hear somebody, or the batsman will come out and he says, no, I had an inside edge. We probably didn't have one. So I think it's a tough job out there. But yeah, we trust that they do their best, and hopefully we'll have it right more often than wrong.
Tristan Lees is the new batter, and that's well defended. So Cody Yusuf, I should mention, has just got his first wicket, and in my word, he's deserved more than one. He's in his 25th over. He's got 1 for 62 now. Beat the bat consistently yesterday without getting a nick, and just bowled without any luck. But it is what it is, and I think the Lions will be delighted now with 342 for 8 on the board. They've got a chance to bowl the Dolphins out for 350, 360. And they would have taken that, I think, after close of play yesterday.
Yeah, hopefully we can with these two. Tristan can certainly hold the bat as well. So between him and Keshav, I do think maybe hopefully we can get like a quick 30-40 run partnership here that can just get us close to that 400 mark, 380 maybe now. But yeah, I think still a decent position to be in. But yeah, to then just continue. So obviously governance, finance, those two elements needs to be in place, and then from there you've got your pipeline. We've got quite a big KZN pipeline in our 5 districts along the coast of KZN. We've got 10 hubs based in the various townships, which keep producing. I have to say, it's been, when I started here 8 years ago, I actually didn't realize how big KZN is and how big our almost production of talent is from a KZN point of view. Our Lindelani, our Ink Hub, which is based, which Lindelani is part of. There's actually 3 of those players that's now part of the SA20 squads: Andile Simelani, Bayanda Majola, and Ngubani Mokoena. So Mokoena and Simelani are currently part of our Dolphin squad. Simelani is obviously gone with the Proteas to Namibia now. And then also, if you look at Nonkululeko Mlaba, currently with the Protea ladies, she's been phenomenal. She's also from there. Nondomisha Shangasi, who's at the World Cup as well. And then Ayanda Shlubi, who's also Protea contracted ladies player. So the amount of players that our pipeline has churned out over the years, it's actually phenomenal. We constantly monitor also. I mean, we look at what we do for the bigger picture of cricket in South Africa, and how many players are actually playing at various franchises. There's probably about 16 of our pipeline players that's playing all over Division 1 teams, and also a lot of Division 2 teams. Keshi, yeah, he's not going to hang around, I don't think.
That's one for the young man to relish there. You saw Kesh get on the old grey mare, come down the pitch there. He's looking to hit him over extra cover, and it went to square leg for 1.
Yeah, so Kesh, he might get out with a shot like that, but he might also hit the next one over extra cover for 6. So I think that's the way Kesh plays.
Now this will be interesting because Tristan Lees is a quick bowler. He'll be aiming at mid-on's nut. That's well bowled. Lovely little bit of loop there over the eye line. Talking about the hubs, I was doing cricket at Kloof High School a couple of Sundays ago, and what I want to mention about those hubs is that it's not just for boys, because I was doing girls cricket, and oops a daisy, straight up in the air. This is going to be another one for Potsani. Yes, he's got him. Well bowled, young man, well bowled. He's got a 3-for on debut. He must be over the moon. Oh, look at that. That's lovely to see him lifted up in the air by his captain. He's beaten Tristan Lees all ends up there. He obviously played 3 shots before he decided on which one, and it was the wrong one. So he's gone for a duck. Dolphins 343 for 9. So it's not the morning that they wanted to have. But it is what it is. Just getting back to that cricket at Kloof, there were the King Ketcheweo hub from Richards Bay. They were represented there. The hub from Mamanzim Toti were there. the Chatsworth hub. Now they won, and they had a couple of opening batters, an Indian girl and an African girl, who put on 100 for the first wicket, and one was right, one was left, and they could play. And I spoke about it yesterday on air, and I do so regularly now. It's all about role models. These girls are coming into the system because they are watching Nkululeko Mlaba and co. On TV, they can see that there's something bigger than them that they can aim at now. And that's the story of the hubs.
Yeah, and I think for me, what's the beauty of the KZN program? It's a very authentic program, and you can literally go into these areas and you'll see the wonderful work that our coaches are doing. We've got about 70 coaches doing amazing work all over. We've got a full-time administrator. We've got various staff members zooming in on these different hubs and making sure that we keep monitoring and measuring what they are doing. There's certain targets for each hub. And yeah, I think it's been phenomenal to see the successes from it. And when you actually have the opportunity to go to some of these townships and where they practice, you'll still see the facilities are, it's challenging to say the least. But these kids have made it work, these coaches have made it work. And I think with our support, we've managed to grow that whole girl space into a very competitive environment where there's now a bigger group of girls competing to get into our provincial teams, and that obviously brings the best out of these girls, and then hopefully we can have more and more of them represent our senior Hollywoodbets Dolphins team, and then ultimately represent the Proteas.
Well, last man is at the crease. Manele Kele, he's facing Potsani. He's got a silly point now, and a short mid-wicket and a slip. And Kesh at the non-striker's end is hoping against hope that he's going to face another ball.
Yeah, I think Potsani all of a sudden he's on 3 wickets, so those figures are actually looking pretty decent for a debut. I hope the success of the left-arm spinner is just a sign of what's to come.
A precursor. So, from the moment, I mean, I've never seen him bowl before, and I'd obviously read about him as SA under 19, comes from Alex, talking of cricketing hubs. And if you've seen enough cricket, you know when you're looking at a good thing very quickly. Just like the way he comes over the top, he pivots on that front foot, he gets a lot of work on the ball, but the big thing is he's got that natural drift, which is what you love to see in a slow left armour.
Yeah, I think the other thing for me that I love to see in cricket is just the awareness and intensity when you're on the field and you the way you feel, the way you back up, the way you behave on the field. For me, that's something, that body language is something that I'm quite fascinated with, and I keep telling my guys as well. I don't mind if you get out, or if you bowl a bad ball, or if you drop a catch, but it's in the way we do it, and if we pitch up with the right intensity and the awareness. I mean, if something goes wrong, then fair enough, but it's when the shoulders are hanging a little bit and all of that, and we then make mistakes, then it's when it's questionable in my opinion.
It was something that we spoke about on air yesterday, that the Lions, every time you thought that they were just starting to lose a little bit of intensity in the field, you'd hear the hands clapping and people talking, and it was almost as if they decided, right, now enough of that, we need a wicket. Bang.
Yeah, I think I spoke to our coach Quinny yesterday after the day as well. There's a good mix of youth and experience now in both our teams, and with a lot of guys obviously away with the Proteas. I mean, our team's probably the youngest team we've selected in a long time. There's an 18-year-old on debut, there's a 19-year-old opening the batting. You think Hanu, Tristan, they're all youngsters. Bryce is almost one of the senior players, and I think he's 24. So there's about 6-7 players under the age of 24 in the squad. Obviously, when Subrian is away with the Proteas, Bartman, Jason Smith. So then these youngsters need to step in, but they also bring a little bit of freshness and an eagerness that probably uplifts the fielding side of things.
And hopefully, as a coach and as a CEO, you're hoping that the senior players are looking over their shoulders and they don't get into a comfort zone because they know that there's somebody after their spot. I was writing something about the Springboks last week along those lines of the fact that without making a big thing of it, Rassie Erasmus has changed the side almost fundamentally from the one that won the second World Cup. And 2 weeks ago when they played Argentina here in Durban, there were only 8 players in the squad that had played in the 2023 World Cup final. And nobody was complaining. That's the thing. It was because the new generation coming through are potentially better than the old generation that's won 2 World Cups. So in any sporting environment, that's what you want. You want your young kids coming through and saying, I'm very proud and happy to be here, but I want your place.
Yeah, I think that's the way it should be, and there's always a time to come and a time to go, probably. I think for the experienced guys, I think it's crucial that we always have a nice mix of experience and youth, to make sure we share that Dolphins way and the way we want to play our cricket, the way we want to conduct ourselves in the change rooms, the way we want to be ambassadors for this brand. So I think that's important, handovers as you go along. But I think it's critical that we look after these youngsters. But I think for all the youngsters as well, there needs to be a little bit of patience. I think in this day and age, there's a lot of immediate gratification almost, or we want to achieve success immediately. And we see another player, let's say Luandro Pretorius, for instance, is a good example, who's been magnificent.
Oh, good shot, up in the air, but safe.
Hopefully safe, safe, okay, good. A good run, end of the over, so Kesh will face the next over, and I can promise that he's not going to block too many balls.
This will be interesting, won't it? Because if Potsani stays on, he's going to have an in-out field, because he knows that Kesh is going to try and hit him. So they'll give him one, but there's a chance they'll get him out, caught on the boundary.
Yeah, I'm 100% convinced that there might be a 6 in this over, and there might be an opportunity as well. But let's see how that goes. Yeah, so I mean, it's fascinating to see this nice. We've got a nice group of youngsters coming through our Dolphins pipeline. We spoke about it yesterday with Blake Simpson actually being picked up for the Hong Kong Sixers.
Yep.
And he just had one good tournament for the Dolphins in that Metro T10 Cup. So it just shows you if you do the right things at the right time and you have a little bit of luck, anything can happen.
You're also in the happy position that you've got a bunch of elite schools in KZN that are still focusing on the game. They're upgrading their infrastructure, and there is so much talent coming through. Here's Potsani bowling to Maharaj, well bowled, and I've been lucky enough. I've been going around to the likes of DHS and Clifton and Michael House and Hilton, and seeing these kids and thinking to myself, well, I wasn't that good when I was 17. These kids are unbelievable. And Blake Simpson, you talk about going to the Sixers. Well, his younger brother Seth, I did him a couple of times last season, and there is a talent, not just as a batter, but a lovely leg spinner.
Yeah, so I think we're quite fortunate with our incredible schools, and I don't think we can thank them enough for the work they are doing. Our job is as custodians of the game in KZN, but obviously we're reliant on what they invest in those schools to make sure that the next generation of players can come through. Yeah, we're very fortunate with the likes of a Kersney and a DHS and a Glenwood, Westville, Clifton. The way they've just gone about their business, keep producing players for the professional team, and we I think we've tried to harness those relationships and also show them that we appreciate what they are doing, because certainly there's a few serious youngsters in this pipeline. And hopefully we can get the right opportunities for them.
So here's Potsani. He's trying to end the innings. 345 for 9. And he's just bowling tempters at the moment. And you can see even at this distance, the eyes start to light up.
Yeah, hopefully Kushle will realise his role. Just keep it out.
Yeah, well, he's got away with
he
it.
went for that. Okay, 2 runs. That's a good 2. Again, Kesh will be on strike for the first ball of the next over. Yeah, nudging towards that 350.
You know, that's a beautiful piece of bowling for somebody making his first-class debut. He's mixing it up. He's bowling the slower one. He's bowling one that he says, right, you can hit that one if you can. And he's stitching now 18 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 71. And he will be able to look back. Whatever happens from here on, he'll be able to look back on his first-class debut and say, yeah, I did all right.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he belongs, let's put it that way.
Yeah,
I think the same with Samal Pillay yesterday. I think he scored 10.
Hit a couple of boundaries, didn't he?
But he certainly looked like he belonged. There must have been a lot of nerves there as well. But yeah, you can immediately see there's something for the future. Oh, I didn't even mention Slade van Staden as well. So there's that whole nice group of youngsters with a lot of potential. Yeah, so for us, it's just finding ways of giving them more opportunities. And sometimes these Protea call-ups and the SAA call-ups, because we've got a few Protea players obviously in the mix, and then we've got about 5 now, 6 with David Miller if you include him in the mix. And then there will be probably 3 or 4 SAA players as well, with the tour to India, Pakistan, coming up, to India later on, and that can highlight your depth in your system. So hence why we need to focus and make sure that these kids can just step in and almost hit the ground running.
So this is Luto Sapamla taking the place of Cody Yusuf, and 347 for 9. I just looked at the new scoreboard, Heinrich, and I must apologise. I've kept you for 40 minutes, and I know you're a busy man. Are you all right?
Yeah, I've got a meeting, but I'm actually enjoying this chat. Hopefully, I'm also one of those where I actually don't want to stand up now because it's a little bit of superstition.
Yeah, 9 down. Yep, absolutely. When that's a good hit. He hasn't middled it, and they're going to come back for 2.
Okay, 349.
You know, when I was growing up in England, my home ground was Neville Road in Bristol, where Gloucestershire were captained by the great Michael John Proctor, man of KwaZulu-Natal, and in the same team, batting at 5 or 6, was the stout figure of David Shepherd, who went on to become an international umpire. Now Shep had a superstition that he had grown up with. He came from Devon, from farming stock, and his superstition was that you had to get your feet off the ground when Nelson was on the board. And Proc told me that when they were in the dressing room and Gloucestershire were on Nelson 111, everybody had to sit on the table, and Shep would push them and say, "Come on, get your feet off the ground." And of course, when he became an umpire, he couldn't let it go. So he used to see him jump and take 1 foot off the ground when Nelson was on the board.
Yeah, that was actually fascinating to watch as a youngster. I think he was a phenomenal umpire and character. But I think getting back to somebody like Mike Proctor, it was just such a blessing to meet him a few years ago, and obviously get to know him a little bit in his last few years. The one day when we organised that 100-year celebration, and with Devon Heffer from Hollywoodbets, I was on a WhatsApp group with Mike Proctor and Barry Richards, and it was like I actually showed my mom that, and it was like, that's almost like I've arrived now. So yeah, it was just such a blessing, and it was such a privilege to actually be able to honour him, and I'm so grateful that we did it 2 years ago, that celebration, before he passed on. He was such a phenomenal human, and his legacy just lives on in the way he dealt with people. I think it was just such a, I mean, for me, you walk past the stairs and he'll spend half an hour chatting with you, and you're like almost, sorry, am I and he'll just keep on talking as if you were one of his mates. So it was just a special human, and hopefully we can instill some of those characteristics in our players in the way they conduct themselves. I certainly feel a guy like Keshav is a brilliant ambassador. He's a wonderful leader, a wonderful captain. He's a competitive player. He's obviously got the skills as well, but the way he conducts himself and the example he is to the youngsters, and even to us in administration, it's so beautiful to see him running here early morning on his own, putting in the extra hard yards, and making sure he's ready for that next Protea game or next Dolphins game.
Well, he's at the non-strikers end with hand on hip as Potsani comes in to bowl to Akusli Kele, and they want one for the 350. Hollywoodbets Dolphins, and just the body language of Kesh suggests that he's not absolutely certain that they're going to get 350. Well, bowl.
Knowing Kesh, actually, they had an easy single to get to the 350 in the previous over, and he let it go. So I'm thinking he's actually eyeing something more than 350.
And it's a treat to watch this young man bowling. One of the people that got me into the game was the great Bishan Singh Bedi. Did you ever see him bowl? No.
Unfortunately not.
So Bishan wore a patka, colourful little top knot, and he used to twinkle in on a much greater angle. He would go between umpire and stumps rather than fairly straight, which is the way that Potsani goes. But he used to bowl on tiptoe, and the arm came over the top. And Bishan Bedi retired from Test cricket when he was about 37, 38. But he carried on playing Ranji Trophy until he was 50.
Jeez, okay.
And he never lost it.
Yeah, you also read those stories of those guys that just carried on and on. I think with this coming of age of our veterans leagues, I mean we're sitting with 26 teams, if I'm not mistaken, right now. So it started 2 years ago, and it's just grown exponentially for the over 40s. And we've got guys. Actually, I was fortunate to go to a prize giving of our KCCD district veterans team up in Richards Bay, and it was actually a phenomenal experience just to see the love that these guys have for the game, the amount of effort they put in, and they just love to play. And I think that's also brought a new lease of life to a lot of players sort of nearing the end of their careers, and part the mainstream guys. It might be the club guys that's now seen an opportunity to maybe actually get national colours as a 40-year-old.
Yeah.
For me, I've had one or two approaches to play, but I prefer my golf on the side rather.
Very wise, very wise. Here's Sipamla bowling to Maharaj. Yeah, well bowled. Got greeted to the bowling crease yesterday by being hooked first ball for 6 by Slade van Staden into the West Stand. Did Sipamla, and it took him a couple of overs to recover from that. But as the day went on, he bowled better and better, and started getting a bit of reverse when the ball was around 50 overs old, and was very impressive. As were, I must say, the discipline of the Lions bowlers yesterday really did impress me.
Yeah.
There were no free runs on offer. Well
yeah,
bowled.
it was certainly. I think it was certainly a hard day of proper cricket yesterday. And I was just proud in the way that our guys found ways to keep scoring, and they kept the scoreboard ticking at about 3.5. It's now currently sitting at 3.1, but they managed to get it at a decent rate throughout, which then affords you a few overs where you can almost just give the bowlers a little bit of respect.
This is one of those moments in a game of cricket where the fielding side can't wait to get back into the pavilion.
Yeah, and the opening batters, they want to just go and they want to get into the dressing room, get padded up, and get ready. So this is a little bit of a frustrating few minutes for them. and hopefully we can keep frustrating them for a little bit longer. I know as a commentator you probably need to be objective, but I think everybody knows where my heart lies.
Yeah, I'll forgive you, Heinrich. I'll forgive you. Now, the sun coming out, I'm happy to say.
Yeah, beautiful. Yesterday I was surprised. The prediction certainly
wasn't good. Oh, there's a cricket shot.
Yeah, see, I said I don't think Keshav was going for 350 with a single.
He's got there with a 6. Well done. 355 for 9. That's a good hit.
So I was involved and I worked at the Lions before I came to Durban. So a lot of respect for this wonderful franchise as well. I used to be obviously CEO at Northwest and then the general manager of the Lions. And I used to work with Jono Leafright, who's currently their CEO. Also a very passionate cricketer and cricket guy, and he was actually like a team manager and doing all the nitty-gritties just because of his love for the game. And it's been fascinating to see how he's also evolved into the CEO role and how well he's done over the last few years. So yeah, I think a lot of respect between these two teams, and I do think this is going to be a proper 4-day game, and I think from our point of view, from a Dolphins point of view, hopefully those seamers will get us off to a good start in the innings, but I do think Kesh would be the absolute key for a positive result in this game.
Well, he's just hit the last ball for 6. Let's see what he does here. Looking for that extra cover. There is no insurance behind the inner ring saving one. Kesh has a look at his bat. He's broken his bat. Oh.
Yeah, you could hear that was a little bit mistimed there.
Yeah. So in the old days, the bowlers wouldn't have a lot of bats, but these days they've got half a dozen probably ready to go. And you don't have to knock them in the way that you did when I was a lad.
Yeah, even when I was a lad, you have to put in a lot of effort to make sure your bat is in tip-top shape before you go and face that first ball. But these days, yeah, ready to go almost.
Just waiting to see who's going to emerge from the pavilion. Yeah, I can see there's 3 bats coming out for Kesh. See which one he likes. These days, of course, you've got different sweet spot bats that they use. One that's got it down at the bottom, one that's a little bit higher up. I don't know how all that works. I was a bowler.
Yeah, I'm also pretty much still an old school. I think my generation is probably still a little bit on the old school. Hollywoodbets Sharks played the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. And we had a few practice sessions with our boys had a few practice sessions with the Sharks players, and they basically gave them the kit and said, okay, put it on. And it was fascinating to see some of those guys where they thought all the different pieces of the puzzle
had to go. So, I hope they got the box in the right place.
Yeah, I think the box was the first thing everybody got right, but then one or two of the more weirder pieces of equipment, you could see some of the Sharks guys that didn't play cricket, they didn't quite know where it should go.
There used to be a couple of decent cricketers in the Springbok side. Willemant to Monument. He went on tour with Monument to Australia and got 100 on that tour, and he was a magnificent cricketer. And I hope that now he's not playing rugby anymore. I hope he's gone back to play again. Of course, Pat Lambie of Michael House. Well bowled. So Potsani's come off. Cody Yusuf has taken his place at the Mgani end. And the two sports have always gone hand in hand. You've always had a more cerebral type that plays rugby and cricket from the lot that play soccer.
Yeah, I think even where I grew up, Potchefstroom Primary School, Bailey Park, you'd have a definite season for cricket, and then you move into a definite season for rugby. And I think these days it's so blurry between the two, actually. And I mean, you think of a guy like Errol Stewart that played both.
And won the Currie Cup in one season for both.
Yeah, that's phenomenal, and I don't think that will ever be
No, well,
repeated,
it won't.
Just because of the nature that players have to specialise early on. Nick Hatton, who's currently, he captained the Sharks Currie Cup
Hilton
team.
boy.
Yes, so he was also a SA under 19 cricket player. So we actually met up here. We met with his dad, and we discussed how can we actually make sure that he continues with both. And it was just such a difficult discussion to actually figure out what's the right way forward. So he had to then choose one of the two. But yeah, I think you will probably not see a player play for provincial at a senior level for both formats going forward, or both sporting codes going forward.
Now, Lungi Ngidi, another Hilton boy, he played on the side of the scrum as well as opening the bowling. And at one point, he was talking about becoming a professional rugby player. Didn't happen. The story I love to tell, and I'm sure you know this, you may even have been at the Lions at the time, was when the Lions had to send a delegation to Kagiso Rabada's father to beg him to allow his son to come and play a season of cricket and see if he could make it, because his father's a neurosurgeon, and he had absolutely no intention of allowing his son to fool around playing cricket when he could be studying and becoming something important. And now, of course, KG, you could never imagine that was ever the case. And yet, here's a stat for you.
Good little single there at the end of the over again, keeping the strike for,
for
the next over.
The thing about KG is that during his time at St Stithians, he never took a 5-trap. He only ever took a maximum of 4. Right, drinks are coming onto the field. You are excused, Heinrich. Thank you very much for the chat. I've learned a lot. And thank you very much for your hospitality, and particularly for getting behind commentary for this 4-day game.
No, awesome, Andy. I think thanks for the wonderful work you are doing, and I think to all the listeners as well. If you're in the region of Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, pop in. It's still a wonderful game to watch, and come and have a few quiet hours and watch some proper cricket. But yeah, thanks, Andy, and thanks to everyone else. Thanks for listening. Thank you.
So there we go. Drinks, 3.57 for 9.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4
Play is about to resume after the first drinks break of the day. The Dolphins on 357 for 9. The in-batters are the captain, Keshav Maharaj, on 17 of 28 balls, and then Okushle Tele on 3 of 16, holding up an end. Luto Sipamla continues. Foni, your thoughts on how that first session went?
Interesting first session. We saw a brilliant catch, caught and bowled from the debutant. Another wicket that fell, Hane Fulun. Maybe feeling hard done by, getting a bit of bats on it. But I must say the Lions have persisted the whole hour. They've been at the Dolphins batters, asking the right questions. So at the moment they've got an in-out field to Kesh, trying to entice that single, but I don't think he'll be interested in the next 2 or 3 balls. Try and wait till the 4th or 5th ball to try and get a single. Maybe get Kush just to face one or two and try and farm the strike as much as possible.
Hit the nail on the head there, Voni. Kesh has got to get the Dolphins as close to lunch as possible. And in order for them to do that, he's got to take the majority of the strike.
Do you feel they've got to try and get to 380, 390? Try and touch that 400 somehow. With a bit of luck maybe. Try and find a few boundaries here and there. Just try and wear out the bowlers a little bit more.
43 runs away from the magical 400 mark. Kesh has got to do the bulk of the batting. Not to put the commentator's curse on, but he's looked good so far.
He has, he's played nicely. He's attacked when he needed to attack, and he's defended very nicely. Obviously trying to prolong the innings as much as possible. As you see everybody coming up except for the fine leg. Try and prevent that single.
Pamela has brought the field in, ring field. He's still got a couple of catches in, Voni, the slip and the gully. Everyone on their toes, looking to prevent that single.
Great shot.
Brilliant.
Back foot drive through the gap.
Back-to-back boundaries. The Dolphins on 365 and edging ever closer to that score of 400, Vaughn.
I think he's giving Kush a bit of responsibility, feeling a bit confident, which is good to see.
Tell us a little bit about Okushle's batting.
He's one of, obviously having played with him for a little bit, he's one of those that loves batting. As he would say, tries to bring the flair. But he can hold up an end. He is a provincial and national hockey player as well, so he's got hand-eye coordination.
Oh.
Set a little bit of extra bounce. Effort ball from Cody Youssef.
Kushle Tele just guiding that into the slips.
I must be honest, the keeper and the slips are standing quite close, so it's quite difficult. It's shot out very quickly towards him. Glad he got a hand onto it and not into his face.
Oh. He's Tucks him up that time. So Kush bringing the flair. We haven't seen too much of that in this innings, Vonnie.
No, we haven't, unfortunately. Just got to wait for that cover drive. He plays cover drive. And I think his favourite shot is that flick off his legs.
He's going to have to flick it towards the long boundary, Vonnie.
There we go, just as we said it. Leg in the air.
Oh, a little bit of confusion.
I think Keshav was maybe thinking of 3 and settling on 1.
Lots of flair for 1.
Love to see a replay of that.
I'm sure you'll be looking up at the new scoreboard here at Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. Another drop catch of Cody Youssef. He's had a tough time of it, Vonnie.
So I do feel sorry for him. His figures don't give him any justice.
You gotta hope he's not the fines chair.
Hopefully he's liked by the fines chair. Could be a long evening on Saturday if he is not liked by the fines chair. Well played from Keshav. Happy to take the single.
Two balls to negotiate here for Kush Letlele. Vonnie, if you are Cody Youssef now, how do you get this wicket?
It's actually a very difficult question to answer. He's bowled outside off stump. He's produced a nick. It's gone straight through the slips. You see someone coming to stand at silly point. I'm guessing probably just the normal, try and hit the stumps. With no disrespect to Kush, he is number 11, so maybe just trying to keep the pressure on, trying to hit those stumps consistently the whole time. Hopefully there's a break in concentration and he throws his wicket away. You see the silly point go to short leg now. Maybe the
Kush gets out the way of it. Not exactly a bouncer, but he drops the hands and lets it go past, and that's the end of the over. 371 for 9, and the Dolphins just edging closer and closer to that score of 400.
29 to get.
I thought you were going to say bowl 4 bumpers and get him to declare, Vonnie.
I know we can only bowl 2. Maybe throw in a beamer, just to keep him awake. So sorry, it slipped.
These partnerships at the back end can be really frustrating. Kesh comes down the ground, absolutely smokes it, straight back past Sipamla for 4.
Beautiful, nice and still point of contact. But also in saying that, Baxi, it's not a bad thing. A partnership like this, especially the last wicket. It does give the Dolphins a lot of momentum going into their bowling stint. Just to put them on the front foot. And the longer they keep the Lions out there, the more the Lions batters are going to just get more wary, more tired. Maybe a few false shots early on.
Spot on, Vonnie. For the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, this is exactly what they would need. Keep the Lions fielders out there. Get those legs nice and heavy. Get closer to that 400 mark.
As
for
we
the
see,
Lions.
as we see there, I mean, sorry to interrupt you. It's an hour left before lunch. They might take the extra half an hour, which might even tire them out even more if they're still in the field. Almost want Keshav to farm the strike in a way where the scoreboard's still ticking over, because you're then killing two birds with one stone. You're making them stand out there, but they're also not chasing leather, but the scoreboard's ticking over consistently.
Kesh currently on 30 or 38, and we know that's how he plays naturally anyway, Vaughn. He'll always be looking to score, and if a loose ball presents itself, he's definitely going to try and latch on. That's a great shot, late cut, little bit of width on offer, and Kesh just again presents a bat on that, hits it nice and late behind point for 4. It's a really clever cricket shot, Vonnie.
Yeah, as we see there, I mean, with all that width, you're looking at so much space open on that offside. Keshav's decided instead of hitting it through cover, just to use the pace, head in a good position and literally just get the bat on the ball and guide it down to a vacant third man, probably about 20-30 meters away from the deep point that was covering the boundary.
Field up, Pamela goes Yorker, and umpire Dennis Smith says not out.
Again, he's played that unbelievably well. Bit of width. Letting his hands go through the ball, which is good to see, because you also don't want any half-hearted strokes or mishaps. So, fantastic cricket shot. And he's moved on to 38. I mean, when we were talking, he was still struggling. I think in the late teens, early 20s. So he's sort of put the situation on his shoulders, and he's taken full toll and full responsibility to try and get the Dolphins into a commanding position, and also giving his partner some responsibility as well, which you sometimes don't really see. Always see the in-batter trying to farm as much strike as possible, and then eventually getting out because he gets frustrated or there's a mishap or plays the wrong type of shot, looking for too much. Well negotiated bouncer from Kushele.
He's also really taken a liking to Sipamla. In the last couple of overs, or in the last couple of Sipamla overs, he's hitting for 4 boundaries. All good cricket shots as well, Vaughn.
I think he can sort of target Sipamla, Potgieter, maybe Potsana if he comes back on. As we've seen, Cody, Yusuf and Swanepoel, they've just been that much better.
Yeah.
They've hit their lengths, their lines consistently. Very difficult to get away. The Lions' 2 main bowlers have been asking the right questions. Kesh has obviously decided first, second change, if you're going to bowl wide or give me an opportunity to score, I'm going to do it.
He's been excellent in how he's approached this innings. I like the fact that he's given a bit of responsibility to Akush Letlele as well, but Kush also playing his role. Nice and defensive. He's left what he's needed to. And that one dropping short. Just a little bit of extra bounce, Vaughn, off a length.
Well negotiated.
Kush is playing with nice soft hands, not doing anything silly, keeping it simple as you've said, and playing his role perfectly. Important for the DP World Lions here not to let their heads drop. Kush has just worked that. Another one of those flicks.
Well played.
They've decided to take the one with 2 balls left in the over.
Even with 2 balls left, see all the changes in the field.
Square leg goes out to the boundary, Voni. Can we expect a bumper, or is he going to go stumps?
I definitely think he's going to throw in a bumper, maybe 2. It's also just saying, it was funny how all 3 fielders in the covers literally took like 5 steps back. As you see, cover goes even more back.
Kesh has spent some time working on his short ball game.
There we go.
He's negotiated that very well.
Do you think there should be another one? Try and keep Kusesele down here at this end?
Yeah. I think so, Voni. I think the Lions will be happy with a dot ball here.
I do feel it's either going to be a bouncer or he's going to have to go sort of as wide as he's allowed to. Just to not give Kesh any room to score.
Look, if he goes wide, Kesh is hitting that short boundary, so goes up top again. Kesh takes it on.
Well played in the end.
Yeah, he's played that nicely.
Rode the bounce quite nicely.
It's a big boundary out there, Voni. That fielder probably should have been a few more steps in.
I think also the nice thing there, I don't know if we're going to see a replay, but it was almost like he's ridden the bounce and played half a shot, which is you don't want to play a full shot to the longest boundary on the field. So good awareness.
Yeah.
See Potsana coming in from the old Fort Road end.
So a change of ends for Potsane. The young man, as Andy mentioned, most likely bowling to his hero. Kesh looked to take him on early on. Potsane bowling with a long off, long on, cow corner and deep square leg out. Kesh starts nice and defensive. Kesh's leg side boundary, Voni, is the short boundary.
Almost feel like there's such a big space on his offside. Rather try and go there more than the leg side. As we see Potsane throwing that wide, inviting Kesh to go have a go. Just think low risk on the offside. It's better than trying to play against a spin to the short boundary.
Yeah. As Maharaj just knocks that to the deep cover fielder, but decides not to take the one.
12 bowled.
Little bit of air this time. Kesh plays that nicely and takes the 1 to long off. Two balls left in the over. Bokushle Tele on strike. Change in the field. Everyone comes up.
I think this is the opportunity for the youngster to get everybody around the bat. I don't think Kush is going to play any extravagant shot yet. I would like to see a silly point. Maybe another little slip.
Yeah. Short legging in place. Well negotiated. Let's give it a bit of air. Encourage Kush to hit it over the top. Oh, he's gone a little bit quicker. And Kush Letlele does what he needs to do. Over up, the Dolphins on 386 for 9. 118 overs into the innings. Maharaj on 40 of 47, but most importantly on strike.
And you got Kush Lele, 9 of 27. Ably partnering his friend out in the middle.
And another change in the bowling lineup. Van Buren for only his second over of the game. Vornie, he bowled 1 over, if I'm not mistaken, just before tea yesterday.
Yes.
It's actually very. It was a decent over as well.
I think he begged Dom Hendricks for about 2 hours just to give him an over or two. Does bowl some good leggies.
He's got another opportunity now from Buren to Maharaj.
We could see some fireworks there.
Not a bad start. Kush having a look.
I don't think it's going to take too long. Knowing my friend, he's probably going to try and hit it over cover.
Yeah. Definitely eyeing that area over cover, Vornie. Oh. Umpire Babs and Kamu having to get out the way. Has that hit him, Vornie?
I think that's stopped by Mitchell, luckily. But Babs was quick on his feet. Surely have to be switched on as an umpire in any format these days. That ball could be shooting back at you so quickly.
Little paddle.
Well played.
Bit of finesse by Kush, and the ball's being chased down. Good chase in the end, and the Dolphins settle for 2.
It's well played by Kesh. Full toss, you'd normally see a batter trying to hit it up the ground or into one of the gaps, past cover or mid wicket. The presence of mind just to lap it, use the pace. Very clever cricket.
Yeah, really good awareness by Keshav Maharaj, aware of the spaces in the field. This time off the back foot and misfield that extra cover, and they eventually do decide to take the one.
There's a lot of negotiating in the middle of the pitch. See Kesh just telling Kush what to expect. So we see a lot of the fielders coming in. Car corner coming in as well.
Just leaving the square leg to hang a bit, just out of shot.
Do you feel that standing in no man's land there? Could use him in a better. Oh, what a catch!
Brilliant catch at slip. Fantastic catch. Looks like the skipper, Dom Hendricks.
Diving to his right.
Great grab, low to his right. And that brings the end of the Dolphins innings. Okush Letlele out for 9 of 28 balls. Spent an hour out there, Vornie. as we see the replay. Forward defense, outside edge, and a brilliant catch by the captain.
Both these two can keep their heads up nice and high. They did a job for the team. It's a great bit of fielding to get rid of Kushele.
Keshav Maharaj leading from the front, Voni. 43 not out of 52 balls. Showing the rest of his team what a captain's innings looks like. 389 all out. And with that, we'll take a break.
We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ehlala iqakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. I've got Vaughan Yarsford alongside me. 389 all out. Dolphins winning the toss, choosing the bat. What do you think? Is that good? Is that average? Better than average?
I think it's a bit better than average. I think they would have wanted a little bit more. Maybe 400, 450. But 389 first innings. That's decent, especially at Kingsmead.
And I think that the Lions will be disappointed. They got 3 quick wickets this morning, and then they couldn't get the 4th. And the last wicket partnership of 43. I wonder how significant that might be as the game progresses.
It's happened in every cricket game, Andy. That last wicket partnership has always been quite difficult to get sometimes. And sometimes it proves very vital in the whole scheme of things.
Well, this takes me back in time. We've got a man called Bosch taking the ball and a man called Richards facing. But it is Josh Richards and Ethan Bosch. A good start from Ethan Bosch. He was distraught to get hauled off the ground this morning, giving a caught and bowled to Sipho Potsani, because he just started smashing boundaries. He'd hit 3 boundaries in the space of about 7 balls, and was thinking to himself, "This is fun."
It was an absolute screamer.
That was a good caught and bowled, absolutely. Oh, a little bit of movement there. I would say good conditions for seam bowling today, better than yesterday. Heavy roller was applied at the end of the Dolphins innings. Now we've got 3 slips gully, cover point extra, short mid on, mid wicket long leg. Oh, dropped! I'm sure he got a finger on that, and it is not going to reach the boundary. They'll come back for 2. Well, and those sort of half chances can define an innings.
Would have been the start they were looking for if he had held on to that.
It looked as if it might have stood up a little bit on the batter.
I think the Joburg boys are looking for bat on ball.
It's a good line from Bosch. So a reminder that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins finished on 389 all out. De Tole making 104. 40s from Parsons, Zondo and Maharaj. And a very good 63 from Hanu Filyun before he was LBW to Cody Yusuf. And the best of the bowling for the Lions came from the 19-year-old debutant, Sipho Potsani. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 72. And he really entertained us with his slow left arm, and certainly looks like one for the future. Bayer Swanepoel finished with 2 for 54 off 23. Hardly bowled a bad ball. And Delano Potgieter 2 for 68 off 20. Cody Yusuf unlucky, 1 for 73 off 29. So everybody had to work hard for their wickets. And that's the end of the first over. 2 without loss. The Lions, the deficit now 387. So who's going to get the new ball at the other end?
You see Kush Sele coming in from the old Fort Road end.
Right.
Your partner, Ethan.
'27-year-old, went to Glenwood. very good 23-24 season. And he's going to go round the wicket.
Played his 50th game last week down in Paul.
Good servant. So the left-handed skipper of the Lions, Dom Hendricks, and he starts with a beautiful stroke through mid-wicket. Not going to go for 4. They should be able to get 3 here, and they do. Dom Hendricks got a good 53 against Western Province in the chase on Sunday. And that, on Saturday. A game that the Lions won.
So we see umpire Smith just showing Kushela where his foot was landing with no ball.
So over the wicket to the right-hander. 3 slips gully. Cover point extra mid-on, mid-wicket long leg.
Lions will be hoping in this 25 minutes just to negotiate. No wickets down.
Yeah, and they will know, having been out there in the field for 4 sessions, that there are runs to be had on this pitch. Well bowled. Just looks to me as if the odd ball is hitting the seam for the Dolphins. Whereas when the Lions were in the field, the opening session didn't see a ball swing and not too much seam movement.
Do you feel the Dolphins might have a few divots to play with? Maybe a few cracks opening up, if any.
Ball almost didn't carry through to the keeper there, left alone by Richards. See a little bit of a breeze fluttering across the field, seeing the players' clothing, which should help Kelly move the ball away from the right-hander and into the left-hander.
There is a prescribed easterly wind coming today. Should help the bowlers. A bit of swing.
But again, we've got away with the weather again, eh? One of my apps was telling me it was going to rain all day. The other one said just overcast, but it's actually been a lovely morning in Durban. That's a good shot.
Great.
That is worth all of the 4. Overpitched.
Lent on that nice, didn't it? Overhit it. Straight back up the ground. Don't think I'll take any money in the world to be a weatherman, Andy.
All the farmers in my area, they follow a website called yr.no, which is a Norwegian weather site. And,
oh wow!
And it's very reliable, as long as you remember that it is put together by Norwegian farmers who are naturally pessimistic. So you can always add 3 or 4 degrees and take away a couple of mils of rainfall. Don't trust the algorithms, trust people.
Totally agree with you there.
10 without loss, 2 overs done. So Dom Hendricks will be facing Ethan Bosch, who's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander. 2 slips going. Short mid-wicket. Those are the catches.
Tucked up nicely.
Dom Hendricks has been in England playing club cricket ahead of the South African season. Played for Finesse Cricket Club in the Cumbria Premiership. Gets cold up there.
Submarine value, that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I had a season up in Barrow.
Oh, did you? Barrow and Finesse, yeah. Okay. Did you get runs?
It's wet. Got runs occasionally. Bowled a lot of seam.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, bowled. A snuck between inside edge and off stump, and how it hasn't hit either of them is a mystery.
See Ethan a little bit fuller, asking the right questions. Ended up taking 35 wickets.
It used to be the case in England is if you were an overseas pro, you were given the ball at the start of the innings and taken off at the end of the innings.
Very true.
I remember I was on the ground in Bath, my hometown, when Joel Garner made his debut for Somerset, and he had come down. This was 1977. Joel had come down from playing for Littleborough in the Lancashire League. Just imagine a giant like Joel Garner playing for Little. He was in the middle of his second season with Littleborough, and he took his wickets at 6.5.
Oh. I don't think any of those boys wanted to face him. Scary.
But they'll all put it on their gravestones. I faced Joel Garner. He made his debut for Somerset against the touring Australians under Greg Chappell in 1977. Viv Richards and Ian Botham played in that game as well. I was a 17-year-old schoolboy watching first-class cricket for the first time and fell in love. End of the over, 3 gone. Good over, good second over that from Ethan Bosch, maiden. As much as the Lions want to get through to lunch without losing a wicket, that would be the ambition of the Dolphins. Just get one of these. Two would be a real bonus. Kelly to continue from the old Fort End.
We see Ethan come out of slip and go to a straight catching next to the return crease.
Now, if I'm the bowler, I'm saying to Ethan, you're too close to me, because he should be covering that area in his follow-through, in my opinion. You're going to stick him there. Either stick him really close or a little bit wider, a strip wider.
I would rather go for the closer. I think I might feel claustrophobic with him standing so close.
Yeah. Change of tactics. So Bosch has left that little position.
In a conference with the captain.
It's coming back into the same place.
Well played.
Get the feeling that the fielding side is trying to convince the batting side that something's happening out there.
I think that is the case. A lot of noise.
Shot. 4 runs. Too short.
Onto that very quickly. We'll swivel, aka almost like a Ricky Ponting.
Josh Richards, 26-year-old, St Stithians boy. Doesn't get as much first team cricket as his talent would deserve, but that happens when a strong franchise like the Lions, really good players.
Some healthy competition.
Reminder that both of these teams are missing a few stalwarts who are up in Namibia ahead of the opening of the new national stadium there on Saturday. Inside edge dropped. Hanafilian made the ground, couldn't quite manage to get the ball to stick in the glove. Tough one, that. End of the over. It's 15 without loss. If you had 10 of those, how many would you catch?
Back in my heyday,
yeah.
Probably all of them. I'd probably say about 6 or 7. Almost looked like he lost his footing, trying to push off and dive to the opposite direction.
Dolphins have had their chances. A potential caught and bowled by Bosch in his first over. And now Kelly forcing the inside edge of Josh Richards on 10. Put down by keeper Fillion.
Again. Almost seems that swing has disappeared, Andy.
Yeah. It's funny. It's always sticky enough, you would think, to swing the ball at Kingsmead. We saw nothing yesterday until the 50th over when we got a little bit of reverse.
tricky 12 minutes left before lunchtime. You almost want to hold a sign up for the Dolphins fielders and bowlers, just saying patience. Do you feel that the Lions bowlers did struggle in the beginning, just trying to force things, trying to look for something that wasn't there? Just need to be patient, get into your work, get into your rhythm, and then as we saw, the wickets do fall.
But it's not going to come easy.
Yeah. Also need to take those half chances.
That's so true in the games. The higher up the level of cricket you play, the more important those half chances become.
Especially early on, because you don't want them to create any partnerships. You almost want to keep them under pressure as much as possible. So those half chances are very different. You need to take them.
It's well fielded. $15 without loss, 5 overs gone. Richards on 11. Hendricks on 3. A couple of chances for gone begging.
I think we will see the introduction of spin soon, just before lunchtime. Saw Kaya Zondo leave the field, padding up for short leg.
Yes, I see the skipper is turning his arm over. Mid-on.
Just double checking if he's got all of his sparks.
Mid-off actually, because we've got a left-hander facing Tom Hendricks. That's my ball. Had a bit of a tail on it.
It's in between length and line, and especially for those left-handers coming around the wickets. Sometimes you don't know where your off stump is, so you will float outside that your eye line. Bowler hoping you nick it. Got 5 men waiting.
It's what we were talking about in the last over. The bowler should be covering that line. Now, against the right-hander, when Ethan Bosch was standing at short mid-off, my feeling is that the bowler's covering that.
I think you should almost be like a diving length away from you.
Yeah. Particularly in as much as if he's trying to get off the wicket, he's actually moving across the line anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, these days they've got analysts for everything. So they've worked something out. It's not just a whim.
Do you feel sometimes when they put the fielder there, almost telling the batter just to look a little bit squarer? So you want him to try and hit it there, maybe neck off, playing with an angled bat.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll buy that. Oh, he's done him again. That's a beauty.
That is a peach.
Something that we saw yesterday, Vaughan, is that every now and then, if you bend your back, there's something in this pitch.
Good bounce and carry there. Almost looked like it went away from him right at the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's just wobbling a little bit. Well, he settled into a nice rhythm as Kush Kelly. Had a couple of early boundaries, but runs have dried up recently.
Was a bit unlucky in the last over with the inside edge. Trickled away for 4. Welcome back, Bugsy. Lions are 15 without loss after 6. As we see, number 1 ranked bowler in the world coming onto bowl.
Thanks, Warnie, and what an exciting time to come back onto the commentary. Keshav Maharaj warming up just out of shot. Five minutes to lunch, Warnie. Kesh will be hoping to take one of these batters back to lunch with him.
Knowing Kesh, he'll probably try and get through his over as quickly as possible. Try and get the other over done as quickly as possible so he can get another one. Absolutely loves bowling.
Good start.
Great start. Definitely you'll get some drift with this northeaster blowing.
Short this time, and he's got away with that. Some good fielding in the covers by Slade van Staden. Warnie, the man under the helmet to start. Thoughts?
I honestly think he's too square. Oh, as you see, as I said, that he's moved to the offside. I think if Keshav is going to bowl that straighter line, you want him to be in front of square, probably about another foot or 2, and then see another short ball from Kesh. Dropped it by Richards through the covers for 4.
Strong back foot game by Richards. We saw the pull shot earlier on. He pushed that tail in. This time he rocks back and pierces the gap for 4.
A little turn there.
Definitely something on offer for Kesh Warnie. This is exciting for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Good into the over, only 4 from it. Asking the right questions when he gets it right. Surely this should be the last over before lunch is called.
To Dom Hendricks. Warnie, you would have been in this situation a few times, I'm assuming in your career. Talk us through Dom Hendricks' mindset in this last over before lunch.
The main thing is know where your off stump is. Beautiful cricket shot. I was just going to say, know where your off stump is. Make sure that you are playing within your game plan still, that you don't get bogged down looking to prod or prance something that's not there. And like Dom's just done now, short and wide, it's in his game plan to cut and good execution. think even if you get close to a break, you don't want to change too much. The minute you start changing some stuff, I always used to say that the hamster starts running on that little circle, and you want him to try and stay as still as possible.
Yeah, summed it up pretty well there, Bonnie. He'd be looking to have the Lions batters play every ball this over. It's got to be a little bit straighter than what we have seen so far.
Almost want him to have that same line and length that he had from the previous over. It's better.
Wider the crease that time. Ball just nipping away from Hendricks a little bit. It's just got to be a little bit tighter.
You almost want to say to him, try and hit middle stump. You've got some cover on the leg side with your mid on and mid wicket. Try and hit off stump, middle stump. Try and get the batter to hit you up the ground.
There we go. You've got your wish there, Bonnie. Hendricks has done well there just to hold his shape. Play that nice and straight.
And as late as possible. Defending. He's got 2 more balls to look after.
Lots of noise out there from the Dolphins fielders. Lots of that coming from that slip cordon, Bonnie. Just in shot. 3 slips and a gully. Just changing his angle here. It's going to come over the wicket.
Trying to entice Tom Hendricks to play just in front of himself. Pushing for the ball maybe. It's well negotiated, well left.
Last ball before the lunch interval. Okushletele to Dom Hendricks.
Ball left alone. That is lunchtime. Lions are 23 without loss after 8. We're going to go down to Andy Capistania if he's ready. We'll find out if he's ready. He wants to have a chat to one of the players.
Whilst we wait for Andy, Bonnie, good first session of cricket. Your thoughts on that?
Another great contest. Even Stevens. Lions obviously took the 3 early wickets, and then Dolphins came and fought back with the 40 odd run partnership at the end. And now well negotiated by 2 Lions openers, just to make sure there's no damage going into lunch. It's all set for an interesting 2 last sessions for the day. I think Andy is ready.
Right, Kesh Maharaj, here we are lunchtime on the second day, partnership of 23, but the first thing you'll want to talk about is your batting. Well batted, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was nice to get a little partnership with Kushla at the end there. Obviously they got the 2 early wickets to extend that. The runs on the board was crucial, but I mean it's a good wicket, so you know we'll take anything that we can. And it's nice to filter into this innings. Obviously, it would have been nice to get a wicket or 2 before lunch, but you know it's a good investment session.
And 389 when you won the toss yesterday, you happy with that?
Yeah, very much so. I think, look, ideally it would have been nice to have got 400, but 389 it's a good total on a wicket like this, and you know hopefully with the amount of traffic over there, the ball starts to misbehave in certain areas. But I think it's more crucial that we stick to our guns in terms of being consistent with the lines and lengths now, especially post-lunch session, and you know hopefully a couple of maidens bring a few wickets, and we know that Kingsmead has the potential to go bang bang, but it's just about investing for long periods of time.
Just want to ask you one last question. That's a lovely moment when you came into bat against a young man making his debut, bowling slow left arm at our finest ever slow left armour. And you let him have 1 ball block, and then you went down the pitch to him. Any words out there?
No, not at all. I think he's got a lot of potential. I think with the right guidance, you know, the sky's the limit for him. I love his control. You can see he's a little feisty character, although he doesn't show it, but there's a little fire in his eyes, which as another left-arm spinner you appreciate. I think he's bowled really well. On a day 1 wicket to get 3 for and hold it at 3.5s, I think it's a brilliant job, and you know we'll be tracking his journey, and you know hopefully one day he can don the Protea colours.
Thanks, Kesh. Go and get your lunch.
Thank you.
Just thank you, Andy. Thank you. Take care. Afternoon session about to begin here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead with the Lions 23 without loss, chasing the 3-8-9 first inning score of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. I'm delighted to say I've got the captain of the Dolphins alongside me, Marcus Ackerman. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And you can't see it on our camera, but you've got a big strap on your ankle. What did you do?
Yeah, unfortunately on day 3, during warm-ups, rolled over my ankle and done a bit of damage to it, but seems to recover, responding pretty well. So, yeah.
And you were very lucky. You weren't actually needed in the run chase.
Yeah, luckily not. But there's a new rule now. So if you ruled out for more than 7 days, you can get a replacement. So we managed to get a replacement for me for the last day, but like you said, it wasn't needed.
So that was Andilo Similani, wasn't it? Now, new rule, isn't it? You've got to have like for like, which wasn't necessarily the case. Ethan Bosch bowling to Josh Richards, and well defended. Richards has looked good for his 15 not out. Just going back to that game in Park, you must be delighted to have put that one to bed, because it wasn't an easy chase, but you made it look easy.
Yeah, I think 260 on a day 4 wicket will always be quite tricky, but I mean, the foundation was set nicely by Bryce Parsons and Tapang Tadole, and he's been batting well at the moment, so it's good to see him in a bit of good form. So yeah, delighted that the guys managed to get it over the line.
That's a beautiful stroke. Extra cover drive for 4. Really has looked good as Richards got all the way forward that time. Like to see the front leg bent.
Yeah, he's a good player, Josh Richards. Played against him many times. Likes to score runs against the Dolphins for some reason.
Yeah, there are players like that. They pick their teams. And what you've seen of this pitch, what do you think? A little bit too paced?
Yeah, it looked quite slow in the first innings. It's been quite a bit of rain last week, so it's nothing new for Durban day 1 wicket, quite slow, and then I think I saw a heavy roller after the innings break, so it could quicken up a little bit now as the game progresses.
I've been very lucky with the weather. The forecast for yesterday and today was that we were going to get a little bit of rain, but so far so good. And I must say, from an impartial position, good day of first-class cricket yesterday.
Yeah, very good day, especially for the Dolphins, I think. I mean, deciding to bat first and getting close to 400 is a good score. So hopefully for the Dolphins, there's a bit of turn on offer for Keshav later on.
I was chatting to Kesh at lunchtime, talking about coming in to face a 19-year-old slow left armer, and clearly a young man who's going places, Kotsane. But also, I'm sure, now he's bowling against his hero.
Yeah, look, I think that's a great experience for him. I think just making his debut and being able to maybe pick Kesh's brain after the game, I think that'll be massive for him, and just learning. He seemed to have bowled really nicely in the first innings, picking up 3 wickets, I think.
Yeah, 3 for 73, and bowled in, I think, 4 or 5 different spells. I was impressed by the way that Dom Hendricks used him. He didn't throw him to the wolves. He was always aware that this is a young man, you need to invest something in. Don't just let it drift.
Yeah, I think it does help when you have a captain that's been around for a long time, and a guy like Dom, and very lead from the front type of character. So yeah, he's definitely in some good hands, I think, at the Lions.
Yeah, that's Hendricks facing the last ball of Bosch's over. So 30 without loss now, and Lions looking good. You got to work hard for wickets on this pitch. And what we saw from the Lions, also with Dom Hendricks in charge yesterday, was he didn't over bowl anyone, and he got the most out of his seamers, I felt. They bowled with great discipline, all 4 of them.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see Kesh coming on to bowl now, especially from that side with the slope. So hopefully, I think he'll look to get the ball to just go down the slope a little bit, contest the inside half
That
of the
old
bat.
arm ball.
Yeah, the old arm ball. So as a right-hander, you're going to have to look to play nice and straight.
Rather unusually, in his one over before lunch, he dropped one short. And Josh Richards rocked onto the back foot, smacked him away for 4. I'd be very surprised if he...
You're going to have to transfer some pressure back onto him, otherwise when he settles, it could be a handful for the Lions batters from that end.
So we've got a slip and a short leg. And man round the corner, saving 1. And we've got a mid-wicket mid-on who's just sort of back far enough to give away a single. Here he comes. He's got to be out of the blocks early, and he's done a good job there. And then mid-off is also deep, sort of halfway. Short extra, cover, and backward point. Is Kesh a great fiddler with his field, or does he know what he wants?
I think when you're as consistent as he is, and you can land the ball in a similar area for a long period of time, I think it's easy to just play with the field a bit. A little single to 45 there. But yeah, just back on that point, I think he's the type of player that, because he's so consistent, he can, play with the extra field on the offside catching, or, there you see short leg going to the other side for the left-hander, but normally he'll play with his short leg and get him on the offside at a silly point. And just to play with the batsman's defence a little bit, even if there's not a lot on offer, like today.
Yeah, so traditional left-arm spinner goes over the wicket to the left-handed batter. Back and across. End of the over. 31 without loss the Lions. Just a single off that over from Kesh Maharaj. And a reminder that the Dolphins won the toss, chose to bat, made 389 all out in just a few overs shy of 4 sessions, with Chapang Totole being the top scorer with 104. We had 40s from Bryce Parsons. And who wins the race? Oh, well chased, young man. Is that the debutant down there, Samuel Pillay?
It is the debutant. I think they've just run 4 there as well. So
Yep, that's what the applause is for. A little bit of gamesmanship happening now. The man on strike. Josh Richards, just readjusting his upholstery because he's just run 4. Doesn't want to be facing immediately.
Just having a breather.
So Samuel Pillay, we'll see him with the ball in hand not too long from now, I'm sure, but looked the part with the bat yesterday.
Yeah, it looked like just as he got in, he obviously got a good ball from Delano Potgieter. He's been working with us in the off-season, and watching him in the nets, he's grown a lot already and learning a lot. He's obviously still really young, but really promising left-hander batter.
A little bit of concern about that piece of fielding. Looks like he's leaving the field. Any idea what happened there?
Not too sure what's happened there to Kush.
I saw him
happy.
I saw him sprawl for the ball. I just wonder whether he's dislocated a finger or hurt a leg. Anyway, he's been replaced. Who's that come on?
Obani McQueen has come on for Kushle.
I have to say, Kush is not racing up the steps. So I hope it's nothing serious.
Not too sure. Looks like he's staring at his hand. I know he split his webbing in the A series versus New Zealand, so I'm hoping that he hasn't reopened that cut.
Oh, they've gone for the run straight away. Trouble here.
Oh.
They might get 2. Yeah, they're going to come back. Well, you won't blame the fielding side for that. That was, I think, if that hit, that was out. Slightly surprised they felt the need.
Yeah, no real need for that risky single to mid-wicket. Dolphins wouldn't have minded that. Would easily take a soft first wicket.
Oh, that's a beauty from Bosch. Just looked as if it held its line after pitching. Often wonder about Ethan seeing his elder brother getting a late chance and grabbing it with both hands. I wonder whether that's got through to him, that I'm better than him, they must pick me.
No, I think knowing Boshi, he'll be very happy for his brother. You know, he's a real fighter on the field and the type of player you always want in your team. But yeah, I think if anything, he'll be more than over the moon for his brother that he's playing at the top, and well deserved as well. I mean, he's been a really good player for such a long time in the domestic system. So, and I mean, it's shown with these performances for the Proteas. But yeah, I think Boshi's time will come. It's good to see him on the park and playing all formats again and being fit, which is very encouraging for us.
Yeah, he's a big unit, isn't he? There's a few muscles that can go wrong in those.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing short of height there.
So Maharaj just getting his field in the right place. Man round the corner, he's bringing him a little bit squarer and a bit closer. And then cover on the boundary is being brought up for the miss hit. So I understand that Cricket South Africa asked Kesh to play this game as a fitness prover ahead of the Tour de Pakistan, so he's only available for the second test.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure the full details regarding Kesh's exclusion from the test squad for the first game, but I do know that he was coming back from an injury, so it'd be nice for him to just get a bit of game time. And also that type of player that's always puts himself available to play for the Dolphins at any cost. So loves playing for us and adds a lot of value when he does come down to us. So it's great having Kesha. Really need him to get a wicket, yeah?
Yeah, and amazingly fit. You can see him doing this for another 5 years, can't you?
Yeah, definitely. He's a hard worker. He works a lot on his fitness. So yeah, like I said, it's coming back from an injury. It's good to see him back on the park. I think he can play a really big role in that Pakistan series, even if it is only the second game. And then getting a bit of momentum into the India Test series. So massive player for that Test side, Keshav.
Oh, nicked it through. Keeper and slip for 4. Oh dear. Anafilian will be disappointed. And those are always difficult for the keeper, but he'll be disappointed he didn't at least get a glove on that.
Yeah, just getting one to just go down the slope a little bit there, Kesh. I think they can really find themselves unlucky there. That's a tough chance.
Yeah, he put down an inside edge before lunch off the bowling of Kush Kele, which was a tough catch. And there was nothing easy about that little nick.
Those are the type of half chances that the Dolphins guys really want to try hold on to. Wicket seems to be playing really well. So when you do get these 50-50 opportunities, you want to try take it with both hands.
So good start this for the Lions. DP World Lions on 45 without loss. So the deficit now 344. But here we are, not quite halfway through day 2. Weather is set fair. And there's no reason why this game can't go deep into the 4th day. Hopefully not a draw. Nobody wants a draw in a truncated season.
It seems like the bit of weather that was in here this morning has blown away, which is quite encouraging for a good day's cricket.
Yeah, and if you're watching and you're in the Durban area, you don't have to listen to us. Come and watch. It's free entry at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. Another 4-day game next week against the Tuskers. Are you going to be fit for that?
Pushing for it, but yeah, hopefully.
I know how you feel. It was one of my things when I was a youngster. I used to roll my ankle on a regular basis. So I was athletically challenged, unlike you. A little change in the field. We've got a very straight silly mid-off.
Taken out second slip into a catching mid wicket as well. You'll see Ethan Bosch will try look to attack the stumps a little bit more to Dominic Hendricks. Quite a good player, square of the wicket, off the back foot. So they'll try really push him forward, get one to maybe come back off the slope, try trap him in front.
And with those two catching fielders in front, any thoughts of trying to persuade him to play a little bit too square against the straight delivery?
Yeah, obviously with the straighter field, it will be tougher to score for him down the ground. So if he is trying to manoeuvre a straighter ball through the offside or quite square, then that obviously could present an opportunity, either with a little feint nick or a little one to squat a little bit maybe, and try to get him trapped in front.
Keep a little bit low.
I saw a few stay a bit low earlier, so I think it's just quite a good ploy bringing the stumps into play a little bit more, especially to a batter like Dom Hendricks. It's a bit shorter and, like I said, likes a bit of width and a bit of a bit of length to work with. So Ethan Bosch will really try to just force him to really hit up the ground.
Just lost his line a little bit there, and Hendricks quickly onto that to get down the other end for one. Talk to me a little bit about Sepang Ditole. In commentary yesterday, I was praising him, and I've never seen him play that well. And obviously got 100 in PAL and a 60 in the run chase in the second innings, and suddenly he seems to be in the kind of form that might get him noticed.
Yeah, look, I played a bit in the SAA team with Ditole last year.
That's a good shot. Bad ball, and got the treatment.
And just seeing him continue his good form, I think this is the third season now in a row that he's really put up his hand in four-day cricket. So yeah, he's in some really good form, and long may it continue for him. Also we're working really hard in the nets and just seeing it, you know, all pay off in the middle, which is quite encouraging for him.
Batted with great discipline in that 104. He didn't get too many bad balls. He was waiting for the wide ball to take the punishment, and he hit 19 fours in 104, which tells you that he hit the bad ball particularly well.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of his innings yesterday. Unfortunately, I was busy with some rehab, but some of the innings that I did watch, he looked really good, nice and compact, and really pounced on anything that was nice and wide. So, which is a good strength of his. He's quite a short in stature guy, but it started to really figure out his game, which is good and encouraging for us.
Yeah.
And also just as a bit more of a senior player in this team now, so good to see him stepping up.
It is one of the things we talked about on air yesterday. One of the beauties of the game of cricket is that you don't have to be an early achiever. You can be a late developer. And what I've seen over the years, somebody gets to 26, 27, 28, suddenly they know their game. And I was making the comparison yesterday to Neil McKenzie. Now, I did Neil McKenzie's first-class debut at the Wanderers. He was still at Kess, 17 years old, and he got the most splendid 79. And we all of us there knew that a new star had arrived. But although he then went on to play for the Proteas young, he lost his place, didn't make big runs, and when he passed the age of 30, I think somebody had a chat to him, maybe his old man, and he put away a few of his shots, started opening the batting, and before you knew it, he was making double centuries for his country. So that's just a long way round of talking about how someone like Ditole can find themselves and suddenly become twice the player that you thought they were going to be.
Yeah, look, I think there's only once every 10 or 15 years where you get younger players such as the likes of Luandra Pretorius, you know, where they come onto the scene and they, you know, really knock the lights out and score big runs. But for most of the guys coming in here, I think it takes some time, you know. The more you play, the more experience you find, the more experience you gain. And then you figure out your game and what works for you and what doesn't work. So maybe it does take a little bit of time sometimes for some players. I mean, I only caught Neil McKenzie at the back end of his career, and he was still just as exceptional as he was when he was playing for South Africa. So,
Bowling change here. Tristan Luce is coming on from the Mgeni end. Young man with a bit of pace. Just one. Yeah, I watched this young man playing some one-day cricket at the end of last season and was mightily impressed.
Yeah, obviously Tristan, he's a young boy, but he's really come a long way from last season to now. Just in terms of his his consistency with the ball. He's always had a bit of raw pace and a bit of X factor, so I think that's why Kesh has given him the ball.
Well impaled, didn't he?
Really well. Like I said, he's got a bit of extra pace, so hopefully he can get a little breakthrough here for the Dolphins.
Would have been a wide in a one-day game, but this is first-class cricket, and as Marcus Ackerman has been pointing out, first-class cricket is hard. Not everybody can do it. So 50 has come up, 51 without loss. Very good start from Richards and Hendricks. But a couple of chances have gone down. 2 behind the wicket and a caught and bowled. So the Dolphins have got to find something from somewhere, and maybe that's why Luce has come into the attack now. Somebody, as you say, with that X factor, got a good pair of shoulders on him. And Fred Truman always used to say, oh, I want to see a quick bowler with a big bum. That's where the power comes from.
You can see deep square out. Tristan is not scared of using his short ball.
That is the short ball, and it's been whipped away for 4. That's a great shot. Got up on his toes. And Richards now into the 40s.
Now, Dolphins won't be happy with this rate at the moment, going at 3.8 to the over. They'll definitely want to try and bring it down a little bit, build a bit of pressure. Just scoring's a bit too easy for them at the moment. A few bad balls. And Josh Richards is pouncing on it.
In the air and safe. Very nearly a chance there, but it's going to be 4 instead. And Richards is racing along now. Fetched that from well outside off stump. Fair enough. There's only a mid-on. Enormous space between deep backward square and the boundary.
It's well controlled by Josh. Like you mentioned earlier, his wicket's a bit too paced. That just looked like it just held in the surface a bit. He just held his shape nicely right to the end. Managed to get it over mid-on.
Is he checking his guard or taking a new guard there?
It just looked like he was a bit rushed there by Tristan.
I wanted to ask because end of the over, 60 without loss. When I was growing up, nobody took off stump. Good players took leg stump, everybody else took 2, and the bowlers took middle. Off stump guard has become a thing in the modern game. What's the purpose?
I think everyone has different game plans, but generally guys are comfortable taking off stump guard because then they know they can leave the ball in a good channel and force the bowlers to bowl straighter, which then allows scoring down the ground and clipping it off their legs if they miss their length. So, but I think just it depends, especially like what Josh just did there, going on to off stump. Just allows him to know where that off stump is with the slope. He can just leave well in a good channel, force the bowlers to come a little bit straighter into his strengths. But again, it's just being comfortable with it.
It's a personal thing, isn't it? Yeah. And I remember Kevin Peterson, towards the end of his career, walked across, and you wouldn't have hit a second set of stumps where he met the ball. And ordinarily you would say, well, you can't play like that. But Peterson found a way. And he became very difficult to bowl to because of it.
I think he was playing in the wrong era, Kevin Peterson. He was the first in his era to really play with such freedom and that expansive game.
I first saw him on this ground, commentated on him, actually, as an off-spinner. He'd come out of Maritzburg College, he was batting 8, and he was the new Derek Crooks.
You can see the short leg in at the moment. Walking down there earlier, there was a little bit of rough outside the off stump there for the left-hander. So Kesh will be looking to target that rough. Maybe a future spit out there and bring the short leg into play.
That's well fielded. End of the over, 2 off it, 62 without loss. Oh, and Marcus, that's half an hour. Are you cool to stay?
Yeah, I can stay a little bit longer.
Lovely, lovely. Come and talk to Zane.
Eckers, your thoughts so far?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I think the rate at the moment is 3.9. Just think that the Lions are just scoring both sides of the wickets too easily at the moment. I think if they can just try squeeze them a little bit, build a bit of pressure, get that rate down, I think to 3.2, even to 3s, I think that's when things can really happen. But Kingsmead is one of those grounds where, you know, the new ball as a batting team, it does, you know, it's a bit easier to score, and then when the ball does soften up a bit, scoring becomes a bit tougher, and the game starts moving in the, you know, between overs 20 and 50. You know, that's a beautiful shot. Shot of dominance by Josh Richards. Takes him to 49.
Just a little bit too short, Eckers. Tristan Lewis so far at the beginning of his spell. Josh Richards looks a good player, particularly when it's short and off the back foot.
Yeah, I think the wicket's a little bit slow, so if Tristan's going to use the short ball, he's got to get it really nice and high at the badge. And at the moment, it's just been a little bit short and you know, a back of a length, and it's just sitting up nicely for Josh Richards.
Eckers, you spoke about bringing that rate down, so 4 at the moment, bringing it down 3.6, 3.4, 3.2, even down to 3. How do you think the Dolphins go about doing that?
I just think at the moment there's just been a bit of bad bowling, just a few a bit too short, just giving them a bit of width. I think if we can just zone in a little bit on the fuller side, you know, maybe operate in that first stump channel a bit, force Josh to hit extra cover, mid-off and mid-on a bit more. Pretty much in that channel that I'm speaking about, and just, you know, with that slope, the ball will naturally just move away a bit from the right-hander, so that does bring in your guys, your 2 catchers at the back. So I just think he can operate into that channel a little bit longer and just create a bit of pressure, and Kesh is keeping it tight from the other side, but unfortunately we're just leaking too many boundaries from this end. So I think just to bowl in partnerships and just try and bring that rate down a bit, squeeze the Lions batters a little bit, can maybe cause a bit of frustration and create an opportunity.
You mentioned the slope, Eckers, so just how much of an effect will it have as the match goes on? Is it more of a mental thing, just the batters know it's there but it doesn't really do much, or genuinely does it assist the bowlers as the match goes on?
I mean, it's not as an exaggerated slope as that you'll find maybe at the Wanderers, but there is a little one. Obviously, it's towards the end of the strip. So I think as a batter or as a bowler, you're very aware of it. There'll always be something that will go with that slope a little bit. Again,
great. That's an excellent pull shot once again by Josh Richards. Just a little bit too short. from Tristan Lewis, as we see here in the replay. Just latches onto that, and that brings up his 50, which is 53 off 61 balls, and I think he's going at a good rate there, 8.69 to the over, and he's batted for an hour and looked dominant for that full hour.
Yeah, I said earlier that he's the type of player that really pounces on anything loose, and he's just shown that in the last 2 overs. It's quite brutal on a bad ball, and the Dolphins are not going to be happy with creating so many opportunities for them to score.
Because from an analysis point of view, how much work goes into understanding the opposition players, and how much of that do you use in terms of setting up your game plans?
Yeah, we've obviously got an analyst, Kishan Kushan. He obviously played the game himself as well, and a lot of work goes into it. Analysing the strength and weaknesses of the different batters and bowlers. That's almost deflected off Josh Richards to the boundary. Just manages to get it in time. So yeah, there's a lot of work behind the scenes that go in. I think it's more just a good reference point for the bowlers or the batters, and just knowing where you're looking to target each batter if you're a bowler, and vice versa. What strengths bowlers have and which areas they'll look to attack you as a batter and maybe try counter that. So yeah, to answer your question, there is quite a bit of work that does go in on the build up to the game.
And how flexible are you with that? So you have your initial plans, you come into the game, they don't work up front, and then how do you adapt from there?
I think it's also conditions dependent. So some days someone might be really good through the offside, but because there's maybe a bit of movement for seamers, they'll always revert back to what your strengths as a player, if that's as a batter or a bowler. But there is definitely, guys have their plan Bs to certain players. But at the end of the day, it comes down to being able to execute it for longer periods of time, and it doesn't always work.
End of the over, 71 without loss in 18. Once again, Keshav Maharaj keeping it nice and tight. What's it been like having Kesh back in the environment?
It's always great having Kesh back. I think just the knowledge and the experience that he brings into our group, a lot of calmness into the group. A lot of the players are, feed off of that, especially the younger guys. I think that's the main thing. But just from an experience point of view, I think it's not something you can really replace. So it's always nice having him around. As we see Bryce Parsons coming in from the bottom India, he's bowled really well last week, bowled 40 overs in the second innings. So, what better person to learn from as a left-arm spinner than from Kesh?
Yeah. And Brycey, know a little bit about him. He's obviously done incredibly well with the bat and got off to a decent start in the first innings. He'd be fuming with himself for not kicking on, but as a bowler, like you said, he's got incredible potential as well. And what's it like for him in the team? Does he see himself as a genuine all-rounder, or is he a batter that can bowl a bit?
No, I think he's always been a batter that can bowl a bit, but in the last 2 seasons he's really understood the value of having the extra skill set. He's dropped that one short and Tom Hendricks has pounced on it. And just, he's been working a lot on his skills. He went over to the UK this season, in the off-season, and managed to bowl a lot of overs for his club that side, and just seeing his growth as a bowler coming into that first 4-day game was good to see from an all-rounder perspective.
A little bit short again that time, but Slade van Staden doing the fielding at deep square leg. Parsons has also seemed to have matured a little bit as well. I think come to the Dolphins, SA under 19 captain, if I'm not mistaken, and pretty much a fiery sort of cricketer. Plays the game hard and wears his heart on his sleeve. Seems to have matured just a little bit in terms of how he controls himself and manages his emotions as he goes through.
Yeah, look, I know Brycey really well, and he's the type of player you want in your team. He's a fiery character, a fighter, so he'll be right up for this challenge to try and get the first wicket for these guys. And he has matured a lot. I think he's, this is into his 4th or 5th season with the Dolphins, so he's growing every season that he's playing. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what he's got to offer this season. He's an exceptional talent.
Aka's last question before we let you go. I think we've kept you longer than we should have. If you were on field now, talk me through, just before we get to that, Richards coming down the wicket and just slapping that one past Parsons for 4. That's a good over for the Lions. They end the over on 80 without loss, and Richard takes his personal tally to 57. Akas, before you go, if you were on field, your game plans to Richards and Hendricks in this situation now, what would be the plan for you?
I think I'd keep operating Kesha from the top end, just to try squeeze them, and then I'd try bring on someone from this bottom end that can maybe try bowl into the channel, maybe pack the offside field a little bit with a few straight catches, and just try squeeze from this end to try bowl in partnership with Kesh. He's managing to find a bit of something there from that end, so we just need someone to bowl in a partnership with him, and I feel like that could create an opportunity for them. I think once one wicket falls here, you could easily see them be 150 for 3 or 140 for 3. So definitely need someone to bowl with Kesh here, which will then create a little bit of pressure. And like I said, it's sitting at 4.2, so I think the boys are quite aware of that. They need to just try to bring that rate down a little bit. But in saying that, these 2 batters are batting really nicely, so they're putting away the bad ball. So from my perspective, I would just say just try to squeeze them a little bit and just dry up the run flow, and maybe force a few more shots like the one we saw off the last ball of Bryce Parsons over the top. I think once they start doing that, then you bring yourself into the game.
Awesome. Akas, thank you so much for your time and the information. We appreciate that, and we hope to see you back in the commentary box very soon.
No, thanks for having me. Yeah, hopefully the next time you'll see me is back on the park. But yeah, thanks for having me. It's been lekker.
Awesome, Akas. All the best with your recovery. And yeah, we're hoping to see you here at Kingsmead, if I'm not mistaken, against the Tuskers next week.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll be pushing hard for that.
Awesome. Thanks so
Cheers.
much, Akas.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
End of the over. 82 without loss. The Lions going along on their merry way. 20 overs into the innings, 4.1 runs to the over. Back into the hot seat comes Vaughan van Jaarsveld. Vaughnie, what do you make of this?
It's a lovely start after lunch. Love the intensity, love the almost, we need to get at the bowlers mindset from the Lions batters. They've pounced on anything loose, and it's just good to see some good cricket shots. They haven't tried to hoik anything. Some good cricket shots on the ground, in the air, playing to their strengths. Very impressive how Richards has gone about accumulating. He's on 58 at the moment. he's sort of taken the fight back to the Dolphins bowlers. So we see him dink one down to the third man boundary for 2. Just love the positive way they're playing. It's almost reminiscent of when I try to play. You're always trying to be on the front foot. You're trying to put pressure back onto the fielding side. The Dolphins have to find something or partnership somewhere where they can just string a few dots together, a few maidens, just to sort of curb the run rate at the moment.
So Richards goes over the top once again, and that's gone all the way.
Beautiful cricket shot, lofted on drive. Great balance. Just going through with the shot.
Bryce Parsons just giving that one a little bit too much air, Vorney. Josh Richards taking him downtown. Vorney, you've mentioned just how positive and aggressive the Lions batters have been, but I think the Dolphins haven't been tight enough, have they?
I think if we look at it straight after lunch, Ethan bowled quite nicely. Asked a few good questions. Unfortunately, Kush got injured fielding a ball at mid-on. We don't know how serious that is. That could also be a massive factor. We're losing a seamer straight away.
Yeah.
And then obviously the youngster in Tristan Lewis just being a touch too loose. Two different lengths, too short, too full. You bowling to guys that are coming from the half out. They love ball coming into the bat.
Yeah.
Love a short ball, square of the wicket. So they'll pounce on anything in their area to score. And the same with the spinners. I think any air given, we haven't seen any demons yet with turn and bounce. We've seen it drift. We've seen variation in pace. So it's in one sense it looks a lot easier than it really should be.
Richards goes downtown again, this time over long off, and that's another 6 into the stands. Another brilliant hit, Vorney.
It's unbelievable. It's not a bad ball from Bryce Parsons. It's a normal left arm spinner what you'd be throwing up in a 4-day game. I think Josh has decided again to put the pressure on the bowling side. Lions have moved on to 96 of 21 overs. Trying to get that deficit down as quickly as possible. And the ever reliable Dom Hendricks is just doing what he always does, week in and week out, setting his stall out, playing in his zones, not getting flustered on what Josh Richards is doing. Keshav is asking the right questions.
Keshav doing what we expect of him. Vorney as one of the best bowlers in the world, if not the best bowler in the world currently. He's kept the Lions batters quiet. They also haven't looked to take too many risks against him. Could that be a genuine ploy?
It's always nice just to look after their gun. Each team's got a bowler they rely on, but all the time. So maybe they've decided, you know what, let's just play out Keshav and then attack anything else that we can. The Dolphins have to find an extra seamer, just obviously with workload if they're going to carry on bowling. With Kush out, we don't know how long he's out for or what the injury is.
A little bit round arm there from Kush and a scampered single. Felt like he was in with a chance there. Voni, yeah, I think.
Sorry, just to finish, is you need to find an extra seamer or a bowler that's going to give everybody rest. I don't think your two spinners can bowl all the way through till the end of play.
Yeah.
Number one, and number two, your two remaining seamers can't really bowl 10, 15 overs on the trot either.
Yeah. We'll wait to hear from the Dolphins camp just around the injury to Okuhle Cele, but he didn't look too happy leaving the field, and we haven't seen him since. You're spot on there, Voni, going a seamer down this early in the game, especially being Okuhle Cele, who's into his 8th season, if I'm not mistaken, of professional cricket. He's played 6 of those seasons here at Kingsmead, so he'd know the conditions well, and he's pretty much sort of at the peak of his powers right now. He's represented South Africa A, and definitely one of those guys who's pushing for full Proteas colours. To have him leave the field so soon, that could be a little bit of a problem for the Dolphins, as Ethan Bosch comes back into the attack and is greeted with a pull shot from Dom Hendricks. That goes to the short boundary for 4, and that brings up the Lions 100 in 22.1 overs. Voni, they're really going at a good rate.
And saying that, Kush bowled his 4 overs, went for 17, getting back into his rhythm. I was luckily sitting outside when the injury did happen, and it was an immediate groan of frustration. And it just seemed like he was, like you say, he wasn't happy with whatever happened. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and hopefully it's not his bowling hand. But the batters are on form. Again, Ethan's just dropped that one short coming in, and Dom's grabbed it with 2 hands. Oh, my word.
It's a little bit over pitch that time, and Dom Fredericks has just lent on that, hasn't looked to overhit it. He's transferred his weight nicely into the ball and pierced the gap for 4.
Just looks like a touch wider. Beautiful setup. Lovely timing all the way to the boundary. Do you feel that, I think any seamer coming on now at the moment's got to ring his field up and try and bowl wicket to wickets. Try and get as many dot balls as possible.
Yeah. Particularly at this end, VVJ. Keshav Maharaj is doing a superb job from the Old Fort Road end. Trouble is, the bowlers that are bowling here from the Umgani end seem to just be getting it a little bit wrong, and the Lions batters are putting them under pressure. Voni, that rate at 4.6 runs and over, they've got a plane to catch here.
It's like the old Australian test team of the early 2000s. If they weren't going at 4.5 and over, they were failing themselves. So the Lions batters have got, by the looks of it, have got a plan. They are, I wouldn't say targeting people, but putting the bowlers under pressure. Any loose ball, any ball in their area that's a part of their game plan, they're executing down to a T. Do you think the Dolphins fielders and skipper, obviously Keshav, just got to be proactive somehow? Again, trying to get as many dot balls as possible. Try and maybe get a false stroke from one of these batters to try and open up an end.
Yeah.
Because at the moment they're building a nice foundation. Partnerships at 105. They've only faced 23 overs. Ball still nice and hard. Maybe not as new as it once was.
Yeah.
But I think somebody's got to stick their hand up and bowl with Kesh. Just somehow find a way through everything.
Hollywoodbets Dolphins require one or two things here, Vornie. First up, Akers mentioned it, you've alluded to it as well. Get someone to bowl in partnership with Keshav Maharaj, build that pressure, bring that run rate down, force the batters to maybe do something that they're a little bit unaccustomed to. Just go out of plan and get a wicket that way. The other thing is for someone to do something absolutely special. Brilliant catch, a brilliant ball that gets through a defense.
There we go.
There we go. Oh, whew. Looked like a good shot.
From where we're sitting, that looks stone dead. No, I totally agree with you. The run out or diving catch, one hand, something to lift the spirits.
Oh.
Get a new batter in. We'll start again.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of a toe in there, and Anu Viljoen felt he was in the game for a little bit there. Cries of catch it.
We did see just before Keshav bowled that ball, he obviously is pushed back mid-off, almost to 3/4.
Round arm. Keshav's kept the silly mid-off in. Vornie just in the batter's eye line, putting a little bit of pressure on that defense.
Love it. You just see what it's done, especially with Josh Richards being on 72. He's literally blocked every single ball, not wanting to do anything risky or. So having someone in the batter's eye line, whether they're on 10 or 0 or 100, it just sometimes plays with the batter's mind. And just makes them a little bit wary of what shot to play and how to play it.
Yeah. End of the over, 105 without loss. Maiden over from Keshav Maharaj. He's bowled his 9 overs. He's only gone for 17 runs. That's what we've become accustomed to. That's what makes him one of the best in the world. However, the bowler bowling from the Umgeni end, Ethan Bosch, has got a bowl in partnership with Keshav here. He comes into Fredericks and just tucks him up a bit.
Much better line.
Fredericks is just quietly, sorry, not Fredericks, Henricks is just quietly going about his business. Vornie, how much do you know about Dom Henricks? And yeah, what can you tell us about him?
It's well bowled again from Ethan. Played against Dom many a year. Very nuggety opener. Very stuck in his own game plan. Knows exactly where he's going to score, what he wants to do, how he goes about building his innings. Likes to drop and run, get himself on the other end, rotate the strike. Anything loose, anything short and wide, he likes to pounce on. And I must say he's mentally strong. He sticks to what's been working for him. He hardly goes away from his game plan. I've maybe seen once or twice that he's played out of character. But what you see is what you get. He's almost like a Dean Elgar. He knows what works for him, and he tries to stick to it day by day.
Yeah. Short this time on the pull, and a bit of a misfield from Tristan Lewis at square leg. He just signals to his bowler that the ball was sort of just snaking as it made its way to him. Vornie, you spoke about Dom Hendricks being good mentally, and he doesn't stray too far from what his plan is. He does his basics really well. He plays his game really well. How does a young cricketer listening and watching Dom Hendricks go about his business now, how does he develop that? How do you get to a place where people can then say that about you? Is it something that comes naturally, or is it something that has to be learned?
I think it's a bit of both, to be honest with you. From a self-discipline for your own game and your own game plan, you need to have the mental strength to stick to what you know works. It depends how you prepare, how you go about things in your day-to-day build up to a game. Do you stick to your routines? Do you make sure you hit enough balls? Are you hitting enough balls in the right way, and not just volume for it being volume? That's almost the self-taught, and then sometimes it also just, in saying that's what there's two parts to it. You sometimes learn out in the middle. You actually have that, we call it good scar tissue and bad scar tissue, and you actually grow from that and understand, oh, I've got out to the pool 3 times this season already, let me put it away. And it's just evolving your game through experiences and making sure that you're not just getting stuck in one motion where things just, they work for you or they don't work for you. You always want to try and evolve. That's why we always learn in this game. Never stop learning.
Yeah, spot on, Vornie, and good chat. The players are having a bit of a drink now. A quick summary: the Lions 105 without loss after 25 overs. They're going at an excellent rate of 4.2 runs per the over, and they've looked in control. The Dolphins in that team huddle now will no doubt be talking about a few brutal truths and then strategizing for how they're about to come out into that next session. For us, Vornie, we'll take a quick drink as well, and we'll rejoin the action after the drinks break.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. After the drinks, Keshav Maharaj continues to Josh Richards. Voni 105 without loss. Lions going on their merry way. Just before the drinks, you were speaking about Dom Hendricks and just how as a player, young or old, you develop that mental strength. So you say it's a little bit of both, Voni. Some guys are born naturally with it. We all have a little bit of potential in that regard, and then for others, you've got to do the hard work to get to that place where you're mentally strong enough to apply your skill set.
I don't think you're born with it, but it's more of you learn from a very young age what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah.
If we've got the talent and ability, it's then the self-discipline and it's a self-discipline of just knowing what works, what doesn't work. This is a part of my game plan, this is not, and then sticking to it as much as it is. I mean, we've all been on tours and we've all played games in different areas, different conditions. It's sticking to it wholeheartedly every single time, and that's where the mental strength comes in, where you don't move from that. This is what's worked day in and day out. This is how I prepare. This is how I do everything. This is how I have my demeanor. I have my routines in the middle, and that's how you solidify it even more.
Yeah. How much time do you spend developing that in game, so in competition, versus at practice, Voni?
I honestly say it's 90-10. 90% in the nets. How you train, how you prepare, that's where you can do most of your hard work. And I always say the 10% is what you learn out there in the middle, making sure if something does go wrong, you rectify it, you understand it, and you move on from there, and just making sure that you're still sticking to what you set out to do in your preparation and your practices.
Shot. A little bit of width on offer again. And Hendricks latches on. Some excellent fielding by Simal Pillay. He's chased that ball all the way to that long boundary and put in a dive to keep that to 3. Brilliant fielding, young man.
Nice to see him put his body on the line. Yeah. As we see that Dom Hendricks latching onto that short wide ball. That's his bread and butter.
He's quietly got himself to 34. Voni playing a great support role for Josh Richards.
I think this could be a good contest with bat and ball.
Tactically now, the Dolphins have opted for a 6-3 offside field. They've packed the offside. They've still got 2 catches in behind the wicket, Voni. Kayo Zondo, it looks like it, at first slip was about a 1.5. Slade van Staden at gully, and then Tsepang Ditsole catching extra. I think they've heard what you've said earlier, Voni. They've just got to build a little bit of pressure. Bowl one side of the wicket here, that 4th, 5th stump channel. Keep the Lions batters quiet. Build a bit of pressure, bring that run rate down in the process, and hopefully force a false shot. Voni, thinking back to your career, you spoke about preparation being so important. with the guys that you have played with, who are those guys that really stood out from a preparation point of view?
Wow. Oh, he's bowled him. Beats on the outside edge. Clipped the off stump. Now sad to see those bails fall down. So we see Richards depart for 72. Bowled Bosch off 93 balls.
Stunning delivery, and that's exactly what the Dolphins needed after the drinks break. Bonnie, how often do we see a wicket fall just after drinks?
Just before, just after. Always the case.
It's that length, Bonnie. Dolphins have been guilty of being a little bit too short, particularly from the Umgeni end. That time, Ethan Bosch just hitting the perfect length and a gem of a delivery to get rid of Josh Richards, who was in some form.
Hitting the top of off stump. Bowler's dream.
Kaya Fakude makes his way to the crease. 4 first-class matches, 6 innings. He's only scored 40 runs, but still early doors in his career with an average of 8.
What a foundation to walk out to. Teams at 108 for 1 after 27 overs.
Yeah.
You've literally got 47 overs to bat the rest of the day. Ball's not that new anymore.
Dom Hendricks and Josh Richards have definitely laid a solid foundation. The nerves will still be there, although the foundation is there, Vorney.
100%.
He'll still have a point to prove.
Just going back on that preparation, Buxy. I was fortunate enough to see a lot of great cricketers, even growing up, being at the Wanderers. In my early days, used to see how the likes of Ken Rutherford, also being in his team, Adam Bacher, Zander de Bruin, Daryl Cullinan when he was at the Lions, or Gauteng that it was called. You see guys preparing the way that you also would like to do, and you sort of take feathers out of each cap and try and apply it to yourself. But those are probably the guys that literally stuck out. There's Sven Koenig as well. Hits a lot of balls. So it's also a thing is where how you prepare might not work for me, and how I prepare might not work for you. So it's almost just trying to nitpick from each individual and see what works for you.
Yeah.
And then just try and tailor it towards your own game and your own personality, your own character. And then just trying to make it work consistently, day in and day out.
He's left that. Every now and then we see Keshav with that round arm delivery. It takes the ball just angling back into the stumps. We'll see it on the replay now. Comes just a little bit round arm, that delivery point just a little bit lower. And the ball carries on with the arm. Over the top that time, and Fakude good on defense. End of the over, 109 for 1. The important thing there, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins are in the wickets column. And that's with the big wicket of Richards, who was in sublime form.
He's a man on fire. You see Ethan Bosch coming around the wicket to Dom Hendricks.
A little bit short again this time, and Hendricks latches onto that, pulls that away to the short boundary for 4. Vornie, with all due respect, Hendricks is not the tallest man in the world. As a bowler, how do you then change your length between a Josh Richards that's, a little bit taller and might play that ball on the front foot, to then a Richards that's a little bit smaller who then latches on to that same length?
I'm just going to take it ball by ball.
Short once again, and Hendricks latches onto that. He hits that one even better than the last. 4 more.
2 in a row. As a bowler, I'd probably say you check ball by ball. Make sure after your first one, you have bowled it too short. Rather too full to a short batter than too short.
Yeah.
As we've seen now, as a short batter, you latch onto it very quickly. You see a deep square going down to the boundary.
Vornie, I think we might be being a little bit unfair to Ethan Bosch here. Those balls weren't particularly short. Maybe just back of a length.
Fair enough. You're looking at Dom Hendricks and even Kaya Fakuda that's in at the moment. He's obviously a little bit taller than Dom. So yes, your first one might have not been short, and he's latched onto it to the boundary. Still rather see that ball search a lot fuller, getting Dom to hit you through extra cover, maybe even straight down the ground, just like that. I'd rather see that, and you find your length and you can bring it back from there and ask the right questions, than you sticking to that length where, for him and his heart, he latches onto anything loose. To a taller guy, different story, he might be defending that.
Yeah.
So I'd rather see a short batter like Dom Hendricks trying it up the ground or through the covers a lot more than obviously what is happening now at the moment.
Hendricks just tucks that one off the hip for 1. Fakude on strike. This would be the first time he'd face Ethan Bosch in this innings. 1 ball to go in the over. VVJ, how much do you know about Fakude?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
I have been told that he's a decent bat, top order batter. Recently out of school as well. See if Fakude just telling Hendricks that it's get it on a little bit.
End of the over, 118 for 1, 29 overs. That rate coming down steadily, Vornie. Still at 4.1 though. With that, I'll make my way out of the commentary box and welcome in Andy Capistano.
Thank you very much. Zane? Whoops. One run up to long on. That'll bring Fakude back onto strike. Well, you were asking about Fakude. I can tell you that he played for SA Schools out of Kes. And he grew up in Nelspruit, went to Nelspruit Primary. Oh, and he's gone. I haven't even had time to tell you about him. And what was that? Caught it short leg.
You see the replay. I think he's caught a slip by Ethan Bosch.
Oh yeah, good catch. Good catch. Right. So well, hopefully I'll get a chance to tell you something about him in the second innings. But yeah, he's come and gone. and without troubling the scorers. So disappointment for the young man, but he'll come again. And a double breakthrough then for the Dolphins, who were just looking a little bit ragged at 108 without loss, but they'll be feeling a lot better now at 119 for 2. So
as you see Mitchell van Buren coming to the wicket. Another Kes boy.
So the first wicket for Maharaj, but I somehow doubt it'll be the last.
No, definitely not the last. Definitely not the last.
Mitchell van Buren will be feeling as if he's on top of the world because he got a wicket with his leg spin. So
correct, he took the final wicket of the Dolphins innings.
Yep, very important wicket because they put on 43 for the last wicket and were really frustrating the bowling side, and a master stroke by Dom Hendricks to bring him on.
Classical leg spinners wickets. Pitch, turn, caught it, slip. Nice diving catch from the captain.
Yeah,
himself.
It was. Yeah, absolutely.
So you see the guys around the bat. You see Tapang Detolia coming into a catching cover.
So Mitchell van Buren on strike. He captained the Lions side for the T10 tournament that Vaughan and I commentated on a few weeks ago.
Don't think you're getting any freebies from Keshav.
No. And you can hear the noise out there now. Dolphins have gone a bit quiet, but now 2 quick wickets. Back in with a shout, quite literally. I haven't seen Kush Kelly come back onto the field, and that's bad news for the Dolphins. Their new ball bowler injured himself in the field. We're not entirely sure, but Marcus Ackerman was telling me on air that he had split the webbing of one hand recently, and he felt that it's possible that had reopened.
So I overheard your conversation. If he's injured for more than 7 days, can they not get a replacement to come onto the field?
More than 7 days?
Well, the injury.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, no, but I think he's re-injured it.
Oh, I see. So it has to be like a new injury, or
so. That's a very good question. One which we will follow up on as to whether he can be replaced.
Oh, absolute crack of a shot.
It's not going to go for 4. It's such a long boundary out there, but they will get back for an easy 3.
Dom Hendricks has silently gone about his business. He's on 48 at the moment. Just lent on that off drive through the covers.
He's looked good, hasn't he? He's 34 years old and knows his game intimately.
The poor debutant for the Dolphins, Sumal Pillay, has been running up and down the boundary for the last 2 hours.
Hasn't had a bowl yet. And now Tristan Lees is coming back into the attack.
It's a better line and length.
Oh, finding the edge there. That's the just extra little bit of pace that Tristan Lees brings to the party. Half an hour of tea and glorious weather as we had yesterday.
The sun has joined the party.
Yep, got his hat on and he's coming out to play. Tristan Lees is a 19-year-old paceman, went to Waterkloof. And he opened the bowling with Quenema Parker at the Under-19 World Cup last year. Quenema Parker played for the Lions last week in their win against Western Province, but unavailable for this game because he's one of those players who've been sent to Namibia for the T20 International that will be played on Saturday.
That's surely going to be a nice festive event.
I would imagine a few animals will be slaughtered for the occasion.
Definitely.
and put over some coals.
And a lot of something drunk with Coke.
Well, they're playing in Windhoek, so it won't all be mixed.
We hope not.
123 for 2. 31 overs gone, so it's a healthy run rate that they've established of 4. Maharaj to continue. He's 12 overs, 1 for 19. Now, what's going on? They're calling for another helmet, are they? Oh no, I think this is a change of fielder.
Marshall Pillay going off by the looks of it.
Yep.
Looks like he's also putting on some pads. Maybe going to stand at City Point.
It's a challenging field for Mitchell van Buren. There's nobody on the boundary. As I say that, I'm scanning. I can't see a boundary rider at all. So we've got a slipper short leg, mid-on, mid-wicket square leg, mid-off extra, cover and backward point. When last did you see a spinner bowling with nobody back?
Very interesting. I think Keshav does want them to take the risk, maybe going over the top.
Pillay just on camera there, coming back onto the field with the pads, as you say, and he
struggling to run with them on. So something's telling me he hasn't done this too too many times in his career.
It's one of those, the captain asks for volunteers and says, you.
Definitely. The Dolphins have the oldest statesman at Silly Point, under the helmet. Kayazondo.
Kayazondo's there, yeah. So we've got a... That's well bowled. Yeah, so Pillay is at short leg, Zondo at silly point. And that's run. It's just a single. Pillay's going to stay there for the left-hander. Just going in front of square. But very close in at silly point. And now there are men out for Hendricks. Got a point on the boundary. And long on is about 15 metres in from the boundary.
And deep square legs in no man's land at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, he does walk in. That'll be a single. End of the over. Maharaj 13 overs, 1 for 21 now. Skippering the Hollywoodbets Dolphins in this 4-day game. It's just lovely to have the control in the field. You know that Maharaj is not going to get pasted.
Wasn't happy about the end of that over.
Mm-hmm.
Just dropping his length a little bit, showing himself that he needs to follow through.
So least to continue, going around the wicket. That's a nice length, I like that.
Wicket to wicket. Asking the right questions.
I think it's fair to say, Vaughan, that the Dolphins bowlers haven't been as disciplined as the Lions bowlers were yesterday. That's a good run. Might even think about 2. There are men converging. Oh, Mitchell van Buren wanted 2, but he got sent back with a flea in his ear. And that is 50 for Dom Hendricks. 50 coming up off 85 balls with 7 boundaries. He got 53 against Western Province last week, so he's finding himself in good form. Oh, that'll be 4. Was there a nick on that? No, it's a leg by.
Sliding it down the leg side. We're trying to get that LBW as we look at the replay.
Is a hint to swing there?
Looks like it. We've still got another 20 overs before we can say reverse swing.
Yep.
Oh, naughty. No ball. Just overstepping on the front foot.
Okay. The younger viewers need to be reminded that this is a first-class game, so no free hit.
Ball, Tristan.
Sound of the ball on the bat tells you that that's a heavy ball.
He's definitely bending his back.
Well, if you can't do it at 19, when can you do it?
Very true.
I remember our sports master at college used to talk to people and say, why aren't you playing sport? And somebody would say, well, I'm not very good, and this, that, and the other. And he would say, you're fitter now than you ever will be in the rest of your life. Go and play.
That's actually very true. Very, very true. One way of getting kids out of the house, away from the TV, or the computer.
Oh, I am playing sport, Dad. I'm playing e-sport. Doesn't count. So Maharaj to continue to Hendricks. Slightly flatter and quicker.
Always see another one just slide on with the arm down the slope a little bit. Maybe bring Ethan Bosch at slip into play. Oh, he's changed his line. Forget that.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Don't often see Maharaj go round the wicket to the left-handers. I mean, you were a left-hander. I remember Hilton Ackerman saying to me, that's a free hit for me.
Almost got to be careful where you pitch the ball now. You've got a silly point and a deepish mid-off and a point on the boundary, so there's massive gaps everywhere. So make sure you're bowling in the right line. Try and get the left-hander to hit it towards your leg side fielders.
Yeah, we'll see whether he carries on attacking Hendricks from around. It's not, everything's worth a go, but the history of cricket suggests that that's the wrong line. So right-hander on strike now, and got that silly point, short leg. Now we do have a man at deep backward square, but he's the only man on the boundary.
I think Keshav is trying to get through that batsman pad area. Sliding on with the arm.
So he's moved short leg to a straighter silly point. Sondo's gone closer to sort of silly mid-off. Asks questions of the batter all the time. End of the over. 131 for 2. So at the moment, Maharaj is just battening down the hatches at the Old Fort end and rotating his seamers at the other end. Still got the two men out on the onside. Square leg on the boundary and deep, fine leg, very square. Oh, that's nasty. That's tickled up his ribs, I think.
You've heard that from up here?
The The gloves have come off straight away. Oh dear. You felt that, didn't you?
I feel your pain.
As you say, there was a noise, and that noise, I think, was ball hitting rib.
We did hear a big thud. If there's not serious damage.
Physio is coming on. Hendricks is not coming off. It's only, what is there, 18 minutes to go to tea. He's going to try and grin and bear it and maybe get a little bit of work on him during the tea break. Now that's from a fielding perspective, that's what you have the fast bowler in the team for. If he's not going to bowl you out or have you caught, he's going to hurt you. You always want to know that the fast bowler is on your side.
100%. So the chirps also come out as well towards the opposition.
So let me remind you of what happened yesterday and earlier today. The Dolphins winning the toss, choosing to bat, and they made 389 in just a few overs shy of 4 sessions, with a really good century from Sepang Ditole, 104, with 19 fours off 185 balls. 40s from Bryce Parsons and Kaya Zondo, 42 and 45 respectively. 43 not out from Kesh Maharaj off just 52 deliveries, and he was a real dog fighter at the bottom of the innings, refusing to allow the Lions to bowl the Dolphins out for less than 350 as looked likely at one stage. And then the other than Ditole, the one man to get past 50 was Hanufil Yun, who was eventually LBW to the hard-working Cody Yusuf for 63. Best of the bowling was the debutant slow left armour Sipo Potsane, who took 3 for 72, a couple of wickets each for Bayes Swanepoel and Delano Potgieter, who both bowled with huge discipline on a difficult day yesterday. Wickets to fall here in this Lions innings. Josh Richards bowled by Bosch for a really good 72, a 72 full of strokes, and then Kaya Fakude was caught by Bosch at first slip off Maharaj for naught. Dom Hendricks has been repaired, or at least patched up, and we will continue.
Very good follow-up ball by Tristan Lewis. Just making sure Dom Hendricks knows where his off stump is.
Good cricket. You can see why people are talking about this young bowler, because number one, he's got pace. I like his attitude, and you point him in the right direction.
So looks like a very strong boy. Good run up, smooth action.
Well played. Yeah, I think he's a work in progress, and it's going to take him a couple of seasons probably to just lose that little bit of spray and force the batter to play more frequently.
Soft hands, well played. Vacant point area for one.
Time was when looking at someone like Tristan Leash, you'd be saying, well, I'd like to see him just get a little bit more sideways at the crease. But from about 30 years ago, the advice was, don't do that. Your career won't last. You don't want to be twisting your back. Just bowl through your action. But it's a trade-off. You're not going to swing the ball as consistently with that front-on position.
If I was Tristan, I'd rather keep our pace.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think, Andy, it's a lot of coaching has also allowed boys and men to keep their actions, to keep that the rarity of how they bowl and that flair of this is how I do things. And so some might bowl 140, some might bowl 110.
Yeah, imagine as Maharaj continues, oh, there's nobody there. They'll think about two here. No, decide against it. Yeah, example of that would be someone like Lasith Malinga. When he turned up at the nets, imagine what the coach had to say. Well, you can't bowl from there.
Well, another one would be Sean Tate, Mitchell Johnson.
Yep. Yeah, you don't coach pace out of anybody.
No.
Oh, there's trouble. Van Buren had come a long way at the non-striker's end. He's turned around in time. "10 minutes to tea." Lots of air this time from Maharaj.
I think the plan here is almost try and get Dom to force those hands out. Maybe getting caught at silly point or at slip. Well negotiated. Up the ground for one.
Played well, Dom Hendricks. He was the junior partner in the Century opening stand because Josh Richards was seeing the ball like a beach ball. And he's taken up the cudgels since Richards got out. Triangle of players gathered around Mitchell van Buren. There's that low arm slingy delivery that Maharaj has developed over the last few years. That's the end of the over. I'm going to take a blow and go down and speak to somebody at the tea break, and I shall pass you back to Zane. Josh Richards, I get Zane.
Welcome back, Baxi. As we see, DP World Lions are 135 for 2 after 36 overs. I think the most interesting thing in the last half an hour or so that the run rate's come down from 4.5 to 3.8.
Thanks, Vaughnie. Good to be back on air with you. And
Spot on there, that run rate has come down. There was a point where it was up at 4.7. Yeah, Bonnie, there was a point where it was up at 4.7 runs to the over, and the Dolphins have pulled that back nicely. Currently sitting at 3.8. The old adage though, if you need something to stem the flow of runs, you take wickets for me.
Oh, he's got him. Absolute peach of a delivery. Let's give the youngster some positive vibes. Just gone across the left-hander.
Just look how excited he is as well. There was definitely some discussion around that beforehand. Vornia, definitely a plan there. As you said, top nut. Just across the left hander.
He's pushed on it, unfortunately. Well bowled from the youngster. Hendricks goes for 55 off 98 balls.
Really good innings by Dom Hendricks, the captain. He would have liked to turn that into a big 100, and with a few minutes to go to the tea interval, he would be really disappointed with himself there.
Just before a break and just after a break.
Here we go. Good morning. We spoke about that earlier, just how often a wicket falls either side of an interval. Mother cricket has struck again. Keshav Maharaj in that Dolphins huddle, very vocal. He'll be sharing all his experience with the Dolphins squad, with his players. Vastly experienced is Keshav. On screen as we see Richard Seletswane, St. Cynthians boy, first year out of school, SA under 19 player, into his third first class match. Voni scored 30 runs so far at an average of 30, with a higher score of 30 as well, which has come this season, last week against Western Province. Those numbers don't tell the full story though. A young man with lots of talent, lots of potential. The Lions will require him to dig deep here, put a big score on the board as he joins Mitch van Buren at the crease.
Very tough 6 minutes to go, especially for the youngster. Tristan's tail will be up. Should be an interesting contest. Dolphins probably looking for one more before the break.
One more before the break would be exactly what the doctor ordered for the Dolphins. Voni, it's been a tale of two stories here. The Lions got off to an incredible start in the innings. 105 without loss and absolutely flying. And since then it's been all Dolphins. 32 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
I do feel that's how our 4-day game ebbs and flows. Like we did explain on air earlier, that Josh Richards was stamping on anything loose or in his half or part of his own game plan. But testament must be to the Dolphins bowlers, Bosch, Keshav Maharaj, Tristan Lees has come back nicely here now. Just slowly putting the pressure back on the Lions batters. Like we did say, one decent ball, one great catch, it's something needs to happen for the Dolphins, and it duly has, and they've taken 3 very quick wickets.
Keshav Maharaj has just been relentless in the pressure that he's applied, holding up the end. And Tristan Lewis in his second spell here, where he has run in, he's pitched the ball up at good pace, and he's asked the right questions.
It looked like in his first spell that he had some nervous energy that he tried to get rid of, almost over trying and instead of just being relaxed and doing what he's doing now, hitting his areas, he looks like a completely different bowler. He's getting it to let go, which is good.
Looks like he's shaken off those nerves, Warnie, as he said. He's running in with some good momentum behind him here. Oh, he's beat the outside edge.
Just looks all in rhythm, run up, gather, follow through everything. I just think in his first spell it was almost jittery, it looked forced. So I'm glad he's gotten over that, and he's come back nicely. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 27.
It's a good over, and that's the end of the over. 137 for 3. 37 overs, and Ray comes further down, sitting at 3.7 to the over. That's not the important thing, Bonnie, on day 2 of a 4-day game, but it shows just how well the Dolphins have done to bring that rate down from 4.7 to 3.7 in a short period of time, just by applying a little bit of pressure.
Also just shows you what wickets can do in a format like this.
Keshav still operating, men around the bat, a short leg, who now moves to silly point, silly mid-off, slip in place. This is going to be a testing over for Mitch van Buren. Oh.
I think the senior stall will just block the rest out. Keep the youngster on the other side. Take that back. It's a lot safer to stand on the non-striker's end as you head off to tee.
Seletswane takes guard. It's a little bit of a different situation to the Maharaj Kush-Letele partnership, where Maharaj had to almost protect Kush for most of the over. Seletswane is more than capable. Wonderful Yun behind the stumps, having a word or two, getting into the mind of Seletswane. Low arm once again.
Might have another one. Oh, well bowled from Keshav.
Quicker that time. And that's the end of the over. The players will make their way off the field for tea. 138 for 3 at tea, Voni. We'll make our way down to the field where Andy Capistanio is on field with Josh Richards to have a little bit of a chat about his innings.
Okay, I've got Josh Richards with me. Well batted, first of all. Highlights of your innings?
Yeah, I just think that little period when Bryce came on, and it was Dom and I had a chat in the middle, and we decided that I think we needed to take on the game a little bit there to get the seam bowlers coming on and just to unsettle them a bit. So yeah, glad that that came off that period, and then just also facing a bowler like Keshav and yeah, just grinding it out there.
Just talk to us a little bit about that. I mean, towards the end now, he's got 3 men round the bat, plus the wicket keeper, claustrophobic, and you know you're not going to get a bad ball.
No. Keshav is the best in the world for a reason. He's got it on a string. He can hit a coin, 5-cent coin, and every ball is different. He changes his pace phenomenally well, keeps you guessing, and it's very hard to obviously line him up then.
Now, that century stand put you in a really powerful position. 3 quick wickets. The game's back on an even keel, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. I mean, Dom and I batted nicely together. We gave a good platform for the team. But yeah, 3 quick wickets, like you said, it's brought them back into the game, and it's a bit of a toss and turn. We're going to have to bat nicely after tea, so 20 minutes to just reflect what we did well and come up with good game plans for the last session of the day.
And in that last wicket partnership with Kesh at the wicket, that just took the game away a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, Keshav is a good batter. He likes to fight fire with fire, and you can see what he did today. He's actually a very destructive batter. So yeah, they got 30 runs too many in my opinion. But yeah, we'll take it. We got 4 wickets this morning.
Thank you for talking to us. Go and enjoy your tea.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Take care. Right, that's Josh Richards. He got 72 today, and the tea time score is 138 for 3.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Stadium, Kingsmead. After the tea interval, the players make their way back onto the field along with the umpires. The current situation of the game as we left it, 138 for 3 after 38 overs are the Lions. 2 new batters at the crease. I say new in Richards, Senet Swane going in just before the tea interval. Mitch van Buren has been in there for a while, Vornie, but he's only on 5 not out and looking to put a partnership together with the young Senet Swane to get the Lions out of a little bit of trouble. Vornie, welcome back to the hot seat. Your assessment of the situation?
Yeah, thanks, Maxi. Dolphins came back nicely, grabbing 3 wickets before tea. At one stage, we did think they would have got 200 before tea, but the bowlers have done their job. I do feel that Mitchell van Buren and Richard Senet is just going to have to sort of build a partnership here. Whether that run rate stays exactly the same or they get it moving forward, they've just got to try and bat time. They've literally got to bat till 4:30 or until the overs are finished, just to walk out of the day unscathed and putting the Lions back into sort of a respectable position.
We've got about 2 hours left in the day, Vornie, as we enter the final session. Tristan Lewis into Van Buren. Solid on defence. 2 hours left in the day, Vornie. 36 overs left in the day as per the scoreboard, with Keshav Maharaj bowling at the one end, which I'm sure we'll continue to see. We'll get those overs in. Again, a good day in Durbs, so I don't think we'll have any light issues. I asked you the question yesterday, Vornie, after the tea interval, around if you were in both camps, what would you be happy with at the end of the day? So I pose the same question to you. If you're in the Lions camp, what are you happy with? And if you're in the Dolphins camp, what are you happy with come the close of play?
I think if we just start with the batting team, I think anything 200, 210 for as minimal as anything. If they can stay 3 down, fantastic. But I'd probably accept maybe 4 or 5 down at most. Wouldn't be ideal, but I think I'd probably accept that as a hard-fought day of cricket. So if one just slides down the leg side. And then in the same breath, the Dolphins are trying to get another, I'd even say with Keshav bowling on the one side, to try and maybe even get between 3 to 5 wickets, putting them under pressure. I do think once they get an end open, it might become a lot easier. That's why I said this partnership here is absolutely crucial for the Lions, especially in the lead up to the rest of the game. Leading into those second innings, they're going to have to bat last on this if they want to chase anything. So they will obviously need to just be wary of that.
Off the legs and nicely worked away by Van Buren. Simal Pillay, the man out in the deep, covering some ground and keeping that to 2. Vaughn, just thinking further ahead, the Dolphins would ideally want to be batting lunchtime tomorrow. Give themselves a session and a half with a lead, of course, to then put a few more runs on the board and then look to have a proper go at the Lions.
Great shot from Mitchell van Buren. Short and wide, just cut it 3 point. Just getting on top of the bounce. Just seeing the replay. Just rolling all the way down to the boundary for 4. I think if the Dolphins can take a lead out of this, they would be smiling, and also give them enough time to bat long enough to wear down the wicket, to make it difficult for the Lions, especially in that last innings.
Still very early doors, but that would no doubt be on the mind of Captain Keshav Maharaj. Bring it a little bit closer to home, Bonnie. I think the Hollywoodbets Dolphins would be happy if they close the day out with the Lions on 210, 220 for 6. I think they'd be happy with that. And then they'd look to make some good inroads. Obviously, tomorrow morning to then make sure they're batting by lunchtime.
We have seen stranger things happen, Buxy.
It's true.
Do you think, I do agree with you, 6 down, maybe 7? 1 brings 2 always, so we'll have to just wait and see. Still a twist in this game. So we all know the chess only starts now.
So let's run in cuts. Tristan Lewis is just able to accompany that to the boundary. That's 4 more.
It's a great placement from the batter.
A bit of a loosener there by Keshav, who will no doubt find his rhythm very soon.
Oh, I'll probably a turn.
Yeah.
So that.
Back on it. Still got the man around the bat, or the men around the bat, Voni. Putting pressure on that defense. See Ramesh and Pillay just make his way across to the offside. Silly point. Sending it off. So that's why he plays that nice and confidently.
Do you think Keshav's got a plan here? Just setting Siletswani up? Do you think that slider's going to come through? He's going to try and look for the spin?
Knowing Keshav, there's always a plan. Oh.
That was that. Well played in the end.
A little bit slower, and then quick to finish. Siletswani's done well to get his bat down there. End of the over, 148 for 3. We spoke about a wicket falling either side of an interval. We're at that stage now again in the game. What do you think about the approach of the Dolphins? Do they look to attack up front here just after the break and look to get another one, or do they go back to a similar sort of ploy that we saw work well for them and look to restrict, look to bog the batters down and then take wickets through a false shot? What's your thoughts on the Dolphins' approach here up front? Well timed.
Good stop by the captain.
Good effort, Kesh.
Basically, I'd probably go for half an hour full tilt to try and grab another 1 or 2 as quickly as you can, or just trying to put the batters under pressure. And then slowly getting back into the session, just going back to the normal, what they were doing before tea, or just making sure that they were being as patient as ever, just getting their lines, their lengths. But I would give them free rein now, just to try and, even if it's just maybe 2-3 overs on each end, just to have a look-see, and then go straight back into getting the run rate down, getting the pressure back on the batters. Good stop there by Hanifulin.
Taking us a bit of time to get into that ball, because Kayo's Rondo has come out of the slips and into the short leg position. Ramesh and Pillay out of shot, just making his way to a deep square leg, or a deep-ish square leg position, just in front of square. As Lewis runs in, some good fielding by Tshepang Bitsole. They've got the short leg in, got Ramarsh and Pillay out on the deep square leg boundary. A short ball coming to, I think they've seen something in Seletswane on the short ball.
Gone are the days where your fast bowler used to come around the wicket and literally try and take your head off. Do you feel that you should try and do something like that? Maybe unsettle the youngster, see how he copes with being put under pressure with a short leg, maybe even a leg slip, and someone out in the deep. Something that might produce a false shot.
There we go. Short ball, just not very well directed, and he's looks like his ankle bone. He's quickly back up and walking with the limp, but he looks good enough to continue. When he saw him spending quite a bit of time in that tea interval on the foam roller in the dugout.
I guess he wants to try and be as loose as possible. Heading into a spell with no looseness. Trying to hit straight away.
Short again. Seletswane has rode the bounce there and he's defended that one quite nicely. Tshepang Bitsole working hard on that ball, Voni, throughout the innings.
Do you feel the Dolphins are so similar to the Lions? There's 3 or 4 guys working on the ball, shining it consistently, maybe a lot of heat through it. But you're right, Bitsole is the man they first throw to. Maybe he's got a new technique or the way he shines the ball, the bowler's like.
Might provide a bit of assistance later on in the day. So we just see out of shot, Tristan Lewis makes his way off the field after that over. Kovani Mokoena is back on the field as a replacement fielder. Yeah, Voni, I think he's got to get that ankle checked. Not a good sign for the Dolphin. Okushle still off the field. One of the other quick men, Tristan Lewis, now making his way up to the change room, accompanied by the physio.
Imagine the disaster in that. Both your seamers gone. Hopefully it's not too serious.
We haven't had an update on Okushle Krele. Dolphins would be hoping that both of them would be okay and fit enough to continue as Maharaj continues. Keshav's just got the one under the helmet now in Kaya Zondo, but he's got 2 slips in. Asking questions of Seletswane's defense.
Just looking for that turn and bounce. Touch too full that time.
Kesh continues to build his pressure.
See one of the slips going to leg slip now.
Nothing changes from Maharaj. That's the end of the over. The DP World Lions 151 for 3. Keshav Maharaj just keeps ticking over. 18 overs, 1 for 30. He's been fantastic. Bonnie, we've got the 2 DP World Lions batters on screen now. What's happening? What are they talking about?
I think there's a bit of relief because I think they're just talking about obviously keep building on the partnership. They short just and leave the field under a cloud of we don't know what just yet. I'm guessing Mitchell's just told the youngsters watch the ball, keep batting, let's build a partnership. It is at 14 at the moment. Try and get it to 20. Just keep working in 10s all the way to try and get it to that 50 mark first and then to the 100 mark. Guessing not to do anything stupid, as we've always seen one wicket just sort of brings 2 or 3 straight after that. So I should not want to do something stupid and next minute you're 160 for 5. As we see Ramesh and Pillay coming to the attack, them gain the end. Know anything about him, Baxter?
Yeah. Steady start. Ramesh and Pillay, better known for his batting, but a quality all-rounder nonetheless, at a school level and at a provincial level. Represented South Africa under 19 only for a couple of years. Opened the batting for the Dolphins in a new role. Didn't come off, but a man with lots of potential as he runs into Van Buren. Nothing special with the ball. He'll just be there and thereabouts. He'll be nice and consistent. He's skillful enough to run it and hit a consistent area. He'll just be looking to be around that top of off. No great pace, but the consistency is his thing. But definitely has a knack of taking wickets as well. You see Hanu Viljoen making his way up to the stumps as well. So again, no great pace, but he'll be nice and consistent, and the presence of Hanu Viljoen up to the stumps will keep Mitch Van Buren in his crease. The Martian has got a knack of taking a wicket or 2 though, Bonnie, so
sure that's what Keshav would want.
Yeah. And with Okushle Tele and Tristan Lewis off the field, Ramesh now probably plays a little bit more of a bowling role than he would have expected in this game.
Decent start from the youngster.
That's him to a T. He'll be nice and consistent. Sort of old-fashioned, boring cricket line and length, but effective. Marshall Pillay and Ethan Bosch. That's left as the seamers for the Dolphins. Again, he'll have a big job to do. As a better Voni, we've got Ramesh and Pillay running in at you. He's capable, but obviously not one of the frontline bowlers. How do you approach this?
So probably never faced him before. Probably just have a look for the first couple of overs. Maybe even his first spell. Just see what he's worth, what he brings to the table. And then eventually you can pick out, is he worth targeting, or where can we score off him? But for now, I think both the DP World Lions batters are just getting themselves in, making sure that they're sticking to their game plans and getting that partnership. You need to keep building this partnership. Sometimes you don't even have to worry about the runs sticking over in the partnership. It's about time. Just getting that under your belt. Get yourself used to the pitch. Is there turn? Is there bounce? With the seamers, is it bouncing? Is it moving? Is it jagging off the seam? Things like that where you don't really look at the partnership of runs, but maybe time out in the middle and balls faced. Sometimes also helps quite a lot. We see Kyle Zono take one to the leg. Like he's wearing a pad or two.
So that's one looks confident at the moment. Prepared to play his shots. The ball is over pitched. He looks like he's got a good drive on him, and seen a couple of good shots off the back foot as well. You see him just driving that one through to Kobani Mokwena, the deep cover region. Keshav will have that ball on a string. Voni will be mixing his pace. He'll be changing the length up here and there. Not too much, but a little bit fuller. Just a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, a little bit slower. He's a master at that, just to keep the batter guessing, and so you get that feeling of never really being set and comfortable. 3 men around the bats, back to 2 slips, quicker. Oh. Maharaj thought he was in with a shout there, and Van Buren has managed to get the bat down in time, and that brings the end of the over. 152 for 3. That rate steadily coming down, 3.5 runs to the over. Martian Pillay into the attack again for his second over. Maiden first up. That would be the role that he'd need to play, and just hold up an end.
He's going to have to try and just give everybody some rest. Ethan's going to have to rest. Might have to throw in an extra spinner or two, maybe. Maybe some more Pillay to get a few overs on his belt. And maybe Bryce Parsons to come back. But Martian Pillay is doing a good job. So you keep it tidy. Don't have to change anything. Perfect line, perfect length, especially with your keeper standing up.
Pillay will be nice and consistent throughout his spell. As you mentioned, keeper standing up helps Voni. Voni, when do you think we might see a change at Keshav's end? He's obviously done a fantastic job. Would he potentially be looking at giving someone else a go? You did mention the young Simal Pillay, as we see Richard Seleswani finding the outside edge there, and that ball running away for 4. Watch that again on the replay. Martian Pillay just finding the outside edge. that ball going between the slip and the gully for 4. When do you think Maharaj might make a change?
I don't think there's any change going to be happening from Keshav's end, unfortunately. With the 2 injuries, even if Kush clearly has to come back, he's still got to wait however many hours he was off the field. And same with Tristan Lewis. Time has started as he left the field, so I don't think with those 2 boys they're not going to be able to bowl for a while. I don't think Keshav will leave that end at all. He might change ends, but I highly doubt that. It's the way the wind's blowing. I'll find it very difficult. I'll be very surprised if he does relinquish his side. He has bowled 19 overs already.
Another good over by Ramashan Pillay. Just the 4 from it. DP World Lions 156 for 3. We spoke about that partnership, Vorney. It's just starting to build, isn't it? Currently on 19, still early doors, but the Lions batters have looked confident and they've kept it very simple as they build this partnership.
That's the easiest way to do it. As you do see that Keshav has given the ball to Bryce Parsons. We're just trying to get some rest. Still another 29, 30 overs left. 29 overs left. So there's still enough bowling for him to do. So maybe something different for the batters to face.
Parsons into the attack for his second spell when he didn't start too well. Just the 2 overs, none for 23, but we know that he's better than that.
Yeah, Josh Richards did take a liking to him. As you see, Bryce Parsons with a deep square cover sweeper and a long off. People are patrolling the boundary.
Parsons a little bit different to Maharaj, who is your more orthodox, classical spinner. Similarities there in terms of them both being left arm, but Parsons sort of gets through the crease quickly, is a little bit quicker and flatter through the air as well. Effective in your white ball stuff, Vorney. It's a wicket taker as well. It's probably been brought on here by Keshav to try and get a breakthrough.
Nice of him just to slow that pace down. Welcome back to the toilet.
One just punched down the ground for 1. So that's why they've kept it nice and simple here, eh? Seen him defend well. He's driven well off the front foot and the back foot. We haven't really seen too much other than that.
What we have seen is very compact. He looks very good. Oh, nice technique. Looks quite handy with the bat.
back on strike to Pillar. Would have been a teammate of his at some stage in the SA under-19 setup. Oh, just a little bit loose. We've just sung his praises there, Bonnie.
Commentator's curse. Interesting to see a deep point and a deepish square leg.
Anafilian's also standing back. So could there be a short ball plan on? Marshall isn't known for being express pace. He's a little bit behind the ball there. But having those two square fielders out would suggest that he might go to the short ball. Again, it's Teletswane on strike. And we did have a question or two around his game off the back foot.
I do feel even if you're not that quick, if your bounce is well directed, your fielders are in the right position, you could get a wicket.
Overpitched that time and
classical cover drive.
Straight to cover. When he just out of shot of our viewers, Tristan Lewis has made his way out of the change room and he's back in the dugout. It looks like he might get back onto the field.
So that should be about half an hour. He's got to wait until he has to bowl, I think. It is a minimum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 4 or 5 overs he's got to wait, I think. Maybe 6.
5-6-ish Pillay in his third.
The umpires will know better though. They've got it on their piece of paper.
Maharaj having a chat to umpire Babs and no doubt the discussion might be around that.
There's a lot of hand gesturing there, so I don't know if someone's done something wrong or said something.
Just over pitching that time, and Richard Teletswane has driven that through the cover region for 4. Excellent cricket shot for him.
With another classical off drive. He does look the parts. It's very compact. Also looks small in stature.
Teletswane just retaking his guard as Anufilian comes up to the stumps again. Back on that length, the Lions batters look to push for 2. Good fielding out there in the boundary, and the end of the over, the DP World Lions 164 for 3, 47 overs gone. Gone as well is VVJ from the commentary box, and welcome, Andy Castaño.
Thank you very much, Zane. You were talking about Kush Kelly, who's back on the field. I did have a word with the physio when I went down at tea time, and she confirmed that it was a reopening of the split webbing that Marcus Ackerman was talking about when we were on air together. So I said, is that him done? And she said, no, he'll be back. So, yeah, we're waiting to see how long he's got to be on the field before he can come back into the attack. He injured himself fielding. Just lost his footing, and I think he just put his hand down a little harder than he wished.
Bryce Parsons to continue. A little bit of a misfield there by Kaya Zondo at short extra cover. Just the one. Good news, Andy, about Kush Tele. Good for the Dolphins that he'll be back on, and good for him as well. So early in the season, not an injury scare. It's a genuine reopening of that sort of split web. But good to know that he'll be back on and bowling once again for the Dolphins.
I'm sure the batters breathed a sigh of relief when Kesh Maharaj took himself off. And as tidy as Bryce Parsons has looked, he doesn't offer the same threat. It was interesting to talk to Josh Richards at tea time. He made a very good 72 earlier today, and he was saying facing Kesh Maharaj, you're always having to concentrate because every ball is different.
I guess that's part of what makes him one of the best, if not the best in the world right now.
I think he's now officially highest Test wicket taker for a spinner for South Africa.
Most certainly is.
Went past Hugh Tayfield. That's a good slog sweep. One bounce 4.
Excellent shot by Tilet Swane. PVJ and I were just talking about how compact he's looked. He's defended well. He's driven the ball off the back foot and the front foot, and it's the first shot in anger that we've seen.
Yeah, like Josh Richards, he's a St Stithians boy. 20 years old, and captained Gauteng at Kayamajola week. I was lucky enough to know Kayamajola when I first came to South Africa. Ali Bakr introduced us, and what a lovely man. Heavily involved in the early days of transformation, finding cricketers from underprivileged backgrounds and pulling them through.
That work still being continued today. Interesting field here, Andy. Ramashan Pillay still on. 1 slip and 2 gullies. That ball making its way to the second gully, Slade van Staden.
Yeah, Pillay straight out of school, and now bowling at people for whom he is very much a military medium pacer, whereas at school he would be regarded as a bit quicker than that. He's got bustling approach and action. One of those chaps who probably, I think, as the years go on, he'll bowl less and less, but improve his batting.
Well, certainly his batting will go from strength to strength, and he'll always be one of those guys around that could do a job with the ball.
Yeah, Warnford Yasfeld was talking earlier on about how when he played club cricket in England, he was expected to bowl 20 overs, and he was never expected to do that for the Lions, but he bowled on a few occasions, and he wasn't worst. Well bowled.
Gone to the block hole again. one thing that we will see from Ramesh Pillay is that he'll just be nice and consistent. Nice and close to the stumps. He'll wobble it around a little bit. Gives you that option of having the keeper up as well, which keeps the batter in their crease. And yeah, he's got an important job to do here for the Dolphins while Kushle is waiting in the wings to bowl. Andy, a positive, Tristan Lewis, who's left the field with a bit of an ankle, is back on the field now. Bit of a scare there for the Dolphins, having two of their best seamers.
Yeah, I saw him pull up. Is that Kush coming down the steps now?
That's Kush, making his way back down.
Well, that's what the keeper's there for, to keep the batter inside his crease.
That partnership slowly building for the Lions. Up to 34 now.
I think that's hit Hanu on the bottom of the finger, and that has stung. But as if that ball might just have squatted.
So that's why it's just shaped to play that and left it very late. Caught Fillion by surprise. He's a strong man. He'll be okay. Got to be a strong man as a keeper, Andy.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
You would have seen a few good keepers in your time. Who were some of the best guys you've seen?
The best glove man in South Africa since I came here was probably Kruger van Wyk at the Titans. He was only 2 bricks and a ticky high. You could just see his head over the top of the stumps. But he was a lovely mover and a really good player, but couldn't really contribute enough with the bat to be considered at a higher level until he went to New Zealand. Went to New Zealand and they said, "Oh, we'll have him, thank you very much," and into the Test side he went. And then there was Darren Smith here. At the Dolphins. Darren, of course, had an extra string to his bows. He'd take the gloves off and bowl leg spin. Very nice leg spin as well. But you didn't want him wasted in the field because he had soft hands. And then the two greatest in my lifetime, both Englishmen, Bob Taylor and Alan Knott. Alan Knott meant that Bob Taylor couldn't play until Knotty went to Australia and played for Packer and got banned. So Bob Taylor, when he was already, I think, 36, made his Test debut for England and played on until he was in his early 40s. And Mike Hendrick, England's seamer, who played alongside Bob Taylor at Derbyshire, always told me, there isn't a question who's the better keeper. Bob Taylor's the best keeper there's ever been, he used to say. And he said, Alan Knott's very good, but he's not Bob. And, they always used to say that the ball used to disappear into Bob Taylor's gloves like a golf ball landing in a duvet. And watching him really made me aware of how much wicket keeping is about footwork rather than glove work. You never saw Bob Taylor dive down the leg side. He was always there taking it in two hands, whether he was standing back or standing up, never seemed to be off balance. And what I look for in a young wicket keeper is now footwork. Well, Kesh is coming back on from the Mgani end this time. Interesting that the Dolphins went to spin a lot earlier than the Lions did.
We rocked up here this morning, Andy, and there was a green tinge on the wicket. That was quickly removed. So yeah, Kingsmead of recent has been known to take a bit of spin, and when you have the spin brothers in Keshav Maharaj and Cornelian Subrayan plying their trade right here at home, we would expect the Dolphins to prepare wickets that have something on offer for the spinners.
Runs are hard to come by when those two are operating in tandem. The ball looked as if it just straightened a little bit.
Up the hill. Seeing a bit of drift into the right-hander here from Kesh.
I love what he does with it with his bowling arm. It always seems to be at a different height. He's got that real round arm one that he tries to bang in at your leg stump, bottom of leg stump. But he's got a whole lot of other variations as well. Lovely bowler to watch. I'm very pleased he's turned around to come from our end.
What's really nice about the variation is that it's subtle.
Yeah.
Subtle changes of pace. Subtle changes in the angle of the arm on release. That's a little bit lower.
Well played by Seletswani. Got right back. The spinner always wants you to play forward. So anytime you can go back, you should.
That's the over up. Keshav Maharaj having now bowled 20 overs. And he 1 for 32, going at less than 1.5 runs an over.
That's it. And because he's skipper, he can bowl whenever he likes. He's obviously decided he had a nice long spell, gave himself a little bit of a blow, and has come back now, changed ends. And for the batters, it's like you've just broken free. You've just thought to yourself, "Oh, I can relax," and he comes back on.
Double spin here for the Dolphins. Bryce Parsons continues. The Australians speak about it quite a lot with Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, the master and the apprentice.
Amazing to think that Steve Smith was picked as a leg spinner before he was ever considered a batsman, and now hardly bowls.
Batted at 8 and 9 when he started, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, he did. Yeah.
Became the best batter in the world at some stage.
You know, a lot of people listening will know Nasser Hussain because they hear him on commentary. I remember when I went to the Essex Nets in about 1988, and Ray East was putting a youngster through his paces in the nets, and it was the 14-year-old Nasser Hussain bowling leg spin, and they put a guy next to him so that if a hot one came back, he wasn't going to get taken out. And Nasser bowled leg spin for a couple of years, and then put it away and just concentrated on his batting.
Not a bad career choice, turns out.
End of the over, 175 for 3. Josh Richards made a fluent 72. Dom Hendricks took a little while to get going and was just getting over the hump when he was out for 55. Kaya Fakude, unfortunately for him, got a good one. Out for a duck. So 214, they trail the Dolphins. And this final session is a very important one for the way that this game is going to go from here.
Keshav's still operating with the silly mid-off and the slip in Andy. A little bit of assistance there on the slope, just a bit. As you see a bit of turn there.
Yep.
It's just held that one back a little bit, just a lovely pace through the air. Slade Van Staden at point, warming up, Andy. What are the chances?
Oh! Maybe got a bit of bat on that, hence they didn't all go up for the LBW. What a Slade bowl.
Bonnie mentioned it yesterday. I think some very filthy offies.
Got a feeling, didn't he keep wicket a little bit at Hilton?
He did, and he still does. Very handy behind the stumps is Slade, and awesome little batter as well. Scored a lot of hundreds for Hilton.
Yeah, he did. He was always in the witness. There's that round arm, and it's nearly through. Beautifully bowled.
Another quality over by Keshav. Tseletswane having to work hard for this, Andy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, nothing comes without a bit of graft. That's a maiden, I think. Yep. Maharaj now 1 for 32 off 21.
Just out of screenshot, Andy, we see Okushle Tele with the number 9 on his back, making his way back onto the field. That's a good sign for the Dolphins.
Yeah, so he'll have to be on the field for a little while before he's allowed to bowl. Came off early in the innings. Can't quite, yes, I can now. I can see he's got strapping on the webbing of his left hand. So he won't want a skyer to come his way too soon. He's the man on the square leg boundary. And here he comes to field that. That'll be a single.
Dolphins will need to place Kush strategically around the field. Just got to protect him a bit here and make sure that he's ready to bowl. Good fielding by Kaya. His Dolphins teammates have let him know they've got his back as well. Good vibe out in the field by the Dolphins. I think we heard the CEO, Heinrich Stradom, speak earlier about it doesn't matter if the player has not done well from a performance perspective, but he wants to see good body language, good presence out there. The way they carry themselves and the way they go about their business is important to him.
Yeah, good shot. Yeah, it's something that we complimented the Lions on yesterday. Those little areas where you just start to see the fielding side drift because a wicket hasn't fallen for an hour. Get a wicket and everybody is back in the bubble. Another good over. So that's 54 gone now. And that run rate that was above 4 when Josh Richards was batting is now 3.3. And we saw something very similar yesterday.
That run rate was up at 4.7 runs to the over at one stage. The Lions were 105 without loss. The wickets have definitely stemmed the flow of runs, and so has Keshav Maharaj.
You can definitely see the ball straightening, and quite clear, I think, that the team batting last is going to have its work cut out. Which means that the Lions have got to really batten down the hatches, make sure that they don't give away any kind of a lead.
Deficit still 212.
20 overs left today. Oh, he's gone for the big one, and he's got it. Oh, one bounce 4. Shouts of catch it, but there was nobody at long off. That's broken the shackles a little bit.
Keshav just making a change in the field. He's taken Kaya Zondo out of silly point, moved him into short leg. Tseletswane has then responded by hitting him over cover, 1 bounce 4. Oh, Keshav's thrown it up.
Lovely
again.
response, isn't it? Above the eye line. Oh, you hit that one, hit that one.
We're just hearing Kaya Zondo there saying, let's see him do it again.
There's that flatter one. So the one boundary, that will have been the first boundary for some time.
That's correct. Especially off Keshav as well. The weather a little bit different today than yesterday, Andy. Got a bit of cloud cover. It's a little bit darker at 3:30 today compared to how it was yesterday.
Yeah. Possibility of bad light, isn't there? Although you would hope not with 2 spinners bowling.
Spinners continue. You should get those 19 overs in.
Bryce Parsons just sending long off a little bit further back towards the boundary.
Kayozondo catching at a short mid-off.
Tristan Lees is on the sweeper boundary.
Lots of chat out there by the Dolphins players getting into the head of Tseletswane. He's looked calm and composed.
He's found the middle of the bat on a regular basis, hasn't he? Got himself to 28. He's set the basis of a big innings here. A little bit of a high level in Durban going on the field, and Parsons chatting to his captain. Haven't seen a change in the field. You don't have to do the difficult things all the time. It's a good shot. Well fielded. Short boundary out there. And that was out of the middle of the bat.
End of the over. 184 for 3. It looks like we'll have one more over, Andy, before the final drinks break of the day.
Drinks break was successful in taking wickets yesterday. Let's see whether the same happens today. Looks like Mitchell from Buren has just taken a new guard there. Come across his stumps a little bit. Oh, and very nearly got himself into trouble there. That's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Awesome athleticism by Tepang Ditsole. The drinks break has been favourable to the bowling teams yesterday and today, either side of the drinks as well.
Oh, he's gone, he's gone, he's tossed one up. It's straightened and Van Buren is gone. Beautiful catch at slip, and they will now take that drinks break. So 184 for 4. The words were not cold in your mouth. And he was looking and thinking, oh, there's a drink over there. I'll enjoy one of those. Oops, gone. That's the second wicket for Kesh Maharaj. And Van Buren gone for 20.
Drinks has done it again. Comfortable catch by Ethan Bosch in the slips. And with that, the players enjoy a drink. We'll chat to you again after the drinks.
All good. 40. You come in here.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ihlala iqakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uza nawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, it's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a terrible.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on
Drinks break is over. It was taken 4 balls early because a wicket fell, and Kesh Maharaj has got his second. Now got the outstanding figures: 22 overs, 2 for 35. Bowling at the new man, Connor Esterhazen, the wicketkeeper for the DP World Lions. Oh, and there's another edge squirting out to point this time. Seeing Maharaj go through his box of tricks, he's bowling slower and slower, getting the ball above the eye line, drawing those full shots, and then follows that with the flatter one. VVJ's back in the box with me. Good game of cricket continues.
It does continue, Andy. It's lovely watching this man bowl. Just getting some purchase from the Magani end.
Yeah, it's definitely turn. It's not quick turn, is it? So it's playable, but it's all of those variations of flight that get batters in trouble.
It's all of those ones where you think you can play it, and it only eventually gets to you. It's end of Keshav's over. 23 overs, 2 for 36.
So the Lions, like the Dolphins before them, getting themselves into positions of real strength and then just frittering it away a little bit. They had a 100-run partnership for the first wicket between Josh Richards and Dom Hendricks. Both of them made half centuries, Richards making 72, Hendricks 55. But from 108 for 1, they were 137 for 3. And then a partial recovery, 47-run partnership for the fourth wicket before Maharaj made that pre-drinks breakthrough. We're in the 58th over of the innings. And there's a further 17, possible 17 left in the day. The deficit now is 204. So, spoken about it many times, but this game is on a knife edge.
Is advancing quite nicely. Day 3 is always moving day, so setting it up to be quite an interesting day tomorrow.
Connor Esterhazen's in rich form. Got 175 against Western Province at Newlands last week. Quicker ball, arm ball from Bryce Parsons there. A little bit of width. He gets it away for 1. Oh, they're coming back for 2. That's fine. It's a long, long boundary down towards the road. End of the over. 187 for 4. 58 gone. Batters to come are all of the bowlers, but Pochita, Swanepoel and Yusuf are all very good lower order players.
Supama can hold the bat. Decent.
Having said that, probably quite happy facing the quicks, but maybe not against Kesh.
100%. I don't think anyone waiting to come in is eager to get out to the middle. Well bowled
heard Stuart Broad telling a lovely story on air recently about being padded up in the pavilion against India, and it was looking a little easy out there, and he thought to himself, yeah, I don't mind this, I can do this. And he said, as I walked down the steps with my bat in my hand, I heard the announcer say, from the Vauxhall end, Jasprit Bumrah.
Oh, lovely.
All my confidence flew out of the window.
I think most batters would be. Probably want to go back to the change room.
Yep. Another good over from the wily old fox. Now 24 overs, 2 for 37. And we would, round about this time yesterday, that we were starting to discuss what might happen when the new ball became due. But the way things are going now, you can imagine the Dolphins bowling out the Lions just with spin.
Very possible. Very possible. I know Keshav has bowled with a new ball before in a 4-day game.
And actually the national selectors will be delighted that he's here, captaining his side in a 4-day game, coming back from injury, and giving himself a lovely long spell, getting all the cobwebs out of the system.
I think he's only broken his spell just to change ends.
Yeah, that's right. And any thoughts on why he wanted to change ends? I know you say he does tend to prefer the old 4-10, which is where Bryce Parsons is bowling at the moment. There's a breeze he fancied.
Wind change.
Yep.
It's coming from almost southwest, westerly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's drifting across the stadium from our right to left. Maybe help with the drift.
Racing through their overs, these two, and runs are just drying up. 189 for 4 from 60. I was chatting with Zane earlier about how this second day has mirrored what happened on the first day, where that run rate that's established early on above 4 just gradually comes down and down and down, and here it is now at 3.2. This is interesting change. He's going to go over the wicket to the right-handers. There is a little bit of rough for him to aim at. Haven't seen either of these batters sweep.
You see Kaya going from short, or silly point to short leg.
So just a change of line for the left arm spinner. I don't suppose he's going to do this for too long, but he's just having a look. And there is the sweep.
Talk about
it's in the air and it's 4.
Beautiful cricket shot. No risk involved. It's nice and full.
Seletswana goes to 32. And that might be mission accomplished, you know, that he's persuaded the batter to play a horizontal bat shot. And he'll hope that the next time he plays it, it doesn't come out of the middle. Yeah. Dennis Smith is changing sides. Might just find that he's doing that because short leg was in his way.
Oh, well bowled.
Oh, full toss.
Rare full toss.
Wow, and he hasn't made the most of it.
I think Seletswana will be kicking himself.
Yep.
Acres of space.
And he was running to the danger end and he was adamant that there was a run there.
The Lions batters must just be careful. Don't need to do anything stupid. Partnership's already gone up to 10.
I'm sure the coaching staff would like to see them rotating the strike a little bit more. But it's easier said than done against the tight line that they're facing from these two spinners.
Yeah, the fielders are also positioned in the right places. If they're awake and obviously watching the game, it's quite difficult to try and steal a single. More so with Keshav's side, because as we see, Bryce has pushed mid-off and mid-on even further back.
He's got that man at silly mid-off in a catching position, as well as Ethan Bosch at slip. Bosch has taken two nice catches and also picked up a wicket of his own. He was the man who broke the opening stand. That's the rotation that the coach will like to see. But for Esterhazen, mid-on's just crept a little bit closer.
More balls.
These two sides both won last week. So they're on a roll. I think we're going to see some attacking cricket as the match continues.
What do you think we're going to be in for a treat tomorrow, Andy, if the weather holds up? Which I'm sure it will.
Well, the forecast said tomorrow was going to be the best day of all four. So, well, they got the first 2 days wrong. Let's hope they don't get tomorrow wrong.
Yeah, please.
Just 13 overs left in the day. I have to start thinking about our Hollywoodbets player of the day, Vaughan.
Oh. We've just got to watch how well he bowls. If he takes any more wickets. I think it's sitting with Joshua Richards at the moment.
Yeah, he batted really well.
Played quite nicely for his 72.
Hit a lot of boundaries, put the bowlers on the back foot. Maharaj continuing over the wicket to Seletswana, and that one again has got off the straight. Just moving the man behind square on the onside, just a little bit wider.
Do you think he wants to entice Silatwane to sweep again? Maybe try and get a top edge? Or misjudge one?
Looks like we've got an extra close fielder coming in. Leg slip. Oh, fair enough if he's going over. Oh, can't bowl there. There's nobody behind square on the offside, so anything short is easy money.
See the replay, just sits up. With ample time to hit it wherever he needed to hit it.
He just moved the extra man across into a catching position and then dropped it short. Schoolboy error. We've seen that one and a full bunger from Kesh in the last 2 overs. Somebody better go and find a doctor.
Oh,
yeah,
confused.
good run, good run. Connor Esterhuizen acknowledges his batting partner. 200 up with that single. 200 for 4. Come off 62.4 overs. Yeah, that's the more traditional way of playing the spinner who's bowling outside leg stump. Rush hour down Stalwart Similani Street. Sun's just ducked behind the clouds and it's getting a little bit gloomy out there. Should just be one. Yeah, well fielded. That's Tristan Leese out there.
Well, ball from Bryce Parsons.
Yeah, I'm just watching square leg Kush Kele swinging his arms around. Maybe he's served his time and he can be allowed back into the attack. Oh, good shot from Connor Esterhuizen. That's his first boundary.
Muscled up the ground.
Yeah, just freed his arms.
Is that a drop catch?
No, I don't think that was a drop catch, but fielder there took one. Bit of a blow. Just noticeable that Esterhuizen is starting to line them up. We might just see a bowling change sooner rather than later. Short and wide. Got away with it with the sweeper. Keeps it to 1.
I don't know how many overs we get from the seamers though, Andy, with all the cloud cover around.
Yeah, that's a good point.
11 overs left in the day.
And we are 5 to 4 local time. 4 o'clock tends to be that moment in the day in Durban when the light at this time of year goes.
See, umpire Smith has just asked Babs to get the light meter from the third umpire. He's concerned about the cloud cover.
Maharaj is back round the wicket. I didn't think he'd spend too long over. It was worth an experiment.
Oh, nearly. I do think he might stay around to Seletwani because of the sweep shots. You saw Connor yesterday isn't doing the normal kick your pad out to it. See Keshav calling in the cover sweeper.
Esterhuizen able to get onto the back foot there, but unable to get it past the fielder. End of the over. Umpires are looking meaningfully at each other.
Umpire Smith has taken a detour.
It's not dark by any manner of means, especially with spin at both ends, but spin at both ends has just come to an end because Kush Kele is coming back into the attack. You mentioned that the umpires have called for the light meter. It clearly hasn't arrived, and Babs is trying to catch the attention of the third umpire.
I think it got bumped up when they saw Kush taking his mark.
Yeah, well, he's been handed his cap, and I think Kesh wants to stay out there.
Looks like Samal Pillay is going to come on from the old Fort Road end. Bryce Parsons is off the field at the moment.
Here comes the third umpire with the light meter down the steps.
Oh. They're actually going to check right now. That's interesting. They would have left it for the spinners bowling.
Just while we've been chatting, it's got a little bit darker, I think. So that is umpire Lubabalo Kina taking his reading. Has a look first of all inland and then towards the sea. We haven't been off for bad light in this match, so whatever reading they define as too dark now will apply for the rest of the match. So it looks like we've got a new bowler coming on.
Yeah, some more pillars on at the old Fort Road end.
Right. And he's going to bowl his slow left arm. This is his first class debut. He looked the part with the bat yesterday. And let's see how he goes with the ball today. Starts with a short one, but there is insurance there. Captain DHS last year, this 18-year-old. It's a little bit unusual for one team to have 3 slow left armers in it. Slogged man there is, oh, he got a hand to it. Ooh.
Great fielding from Stephen Starden. One stage I didn't think he was going to get there.
No, absolutely. I thought that was well out of his ambit. Made great ground. Pretty well bowled by Pillay. A bit of turn. Not afraid to throw it up. Good to see.
Wouldn't mind seeing a catch and cover, Andy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
In outfield. Maybe burgle a wicket somewhere. Looks like these two want to force the mats at the moment.
This looks to me as if the lights improved a tad.
I might have to go get my eyes checked then, I think. Seems a bit darker for me.
Could be my glasses. They're clouding up. So Dolphins have used 7 bowlers today. Eight overs left in the day. Philip Swan has got himself to 45. Has played really well. Fielded.
Great fielding by Tutole. We once again see nobody on the boundary, Andy.
Yep. Just 3 men saving 1 on the onside.
They're all in a straight line.
Perhaps trying to make Esterhazen have a go at one that he shouldn't.
Definitely respecting the name there.
And Kesh is bringing another one in to catch. Second slip. So now only he's bowling to a 7-2 here with a square leg and a mid-on. Everybody else in on the offside. You've got to know what you're doing. It's not something you see on a regular basis,
Not
is
at
it?
all. That line and length's got to be precise.
Oh,
Not like that.
He's given him a full bunger almost. Swept away for 4. Good shot from Esterhuizen, but effectively a free hit. And Kesh knows that. Got his field in the right place. Samuel Pillai only made 10 with the bat, but looked the part, and I would say the same thing about his bowling.
Yeah, looks tidy.
Perhaps not as obviously going to get there as Potsani, who picked up 3 for 72 with his slow left arm for the Lions. But as a schoolboy all-rounder, this looks like a good acquirement for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Lots of young talent. My old English teacher will be shouting. I said acquirement, what I meant was acquisition.
I missed too many lessons, so I'm not going to hold you to it, Andy. So the end of Pillai's over.
6 left in the day. Not sure we're going to get all 6. But finishing a lot earlier than we did yesterday.
We will be finished at 4:30 today. Right on cue.
So Maharaj back to a 6-3 for Esterhuizen. Which allows him to bowl a little bit more in at the foot. Oh my word, he's timed that beautifully. So Seletswani is one good hit away from 50. Oh, trouble here if he hits, or it's a poor throw. Totole did well to get to the ball quickly and then missed his keeper by a distance. And keeper is now down on the ground.
Wasn't the best place to do a duck and roll? Trying to grab that ball?
Yeah. He's searching for his lost dignity. There's that round arm one from Maharaj.
He stays in playing that off the back foot. Another very tidy over from Maharaj.
Yep, 218 for 4. Now, we were talking about the Hollywoodbets player of the day and Josh Richards. I'm just thinking, I spoke to Josh at tea time. I wonder whether we might think about Dom Hendricks, who got 55 in that partnership of 108, but also I thought handled the Lions in the field really well. And the only time today that the Dolphins got away was that last wicket partnership with Kesh Maharaj hitting around. But I thought Dom Hendricks captained the side pretty well. Full toss from Pillay.
It's not a bad shot at all, Andy. He was playing second fiddle to Josh Richards, but slowly built up his innings of 55 until he got out.
That's a good shot. That'll be 4. Powerful striker of a ball is Connor Esterhazen. This partnership is up to 39 already. Oh, shouts of catch it. And
great stop with the one hand.
I have 4 runs written all over it. Bryce Parsons is back on the field and he is going to come on from Maharaj's end.
Looking swapping ends?
Yeah, I think that might be the case, eh? 4 overs left in the day. Kush Kelly came onto the field and was about to re-enter the attack after having a couple of hours off attending to an injury. At which point the umpires said, if you bowl, we're out of here. But at least it means he'll be there tomorrow morning with the new ball.
Oh, it's great shots. Moves over to 49. He has played that shot off the back foot very well today.
So it'll be 74 overs bowled at the end of today, which means 6 overs a spin in the morning, followed by the new ball. So 224 for 4. The deficit is 165. 6 wickets in hand. That's a good shot. Too short, and able to slap it over the head of mid-on for 4.
Too short, too slow. Conessa hasn't hardly moved though. Just leaned back and had a good whack.
Mm-hmm. He's rushed up to 24. Oh, he's gone for the slog there. He's looking to get that through extra and very nearly missed it completely.
Oh, bald.
End of the over. 3 left. 228 for 4.
Mr. Simmons will be nice and fresh tomorrow morning.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and all, as you say, setting itself up for moving day. If the Lions can see off the second new ball, there's a reasonable chance they could get a decent first innings lead. On the other hand, 2 or 3 wickets with the second new ball, and the Dolphins will feel that they've got a chance for a first innings lead. And on a deteriorating pitch, and I'm not saying that it's doing anything wrong, you don't want to be chasing, let's say you don't want to be chasing 250.
Definitely not. Not in the 4th innings. We almost want to chase between 160 to 210.
Oh, trouble. He's come a long way. Oh, out. He'd given up at Connor Esterhazen. Out if it hit. That's a man on 49 looking for a run that isn't there. Bowlers changing ends. Into his 30th over of the day is Maharaj. Oh, straight up in the air. Must be out. Gone, taken by Tristan Lees.
Great bowling.
He's gone on 49. What a shame for Richard Selitswane. And it is 228 for 5. That is exactly what the Lions didn't want.
Standing with the flat, the pace.
49 off 114 balls with 7 fours.
Working his first one.
Does make a huge difference, and you can just see the way that Richard Selitswane is leaving the field with those tiny steps. He doesn't want to have to face the dressing room. It's just a poor shot, really, on having played so well to get the 49.
Would have been his first 50. Not to be, unfortunately. A rush of blood to the head.
That's why Maharaj is Maharaj. He does that too. Right, I'm going to love you and leave you, and Zane will come in to wrap up here.
First time I really heard that.
Luto Sipamla makes his way to the crease. Tepang Ditole having a quiet word. So look at his stats, 59 matches, 382 runs and an average of 7.2. Fair to say is he had a bad time, Bonnie. He had a bad till the end of the day.
He's got to survive 2 overs as the night watchman. So try and protect everybody, so he should be facing most of the deliveries. If I'm Connes, I'll be trying to get one and get off strike. That's why the people do send a night watchman in. So to take the brunt of most of it.
Bonnie, DP World Lions didn't need that wicket.
Yeah, you feel so sorry for the youngster. It would have been his maiden 50 at first class level. Obviously not to be. I feel heartbroken for him. But as a team also didn't really need that to happen right at the end of the day.
He looked really good, didn't he, Bonnie? And we've commented on just how simple he kept things.
Super composed, super compact. Just he almost looked relaxed at the crease. He knew shots, where to play, what to look for. Pounce on anything short. Had one scare of a run out. He's obviously trying to get to that 50. But he looked very good. He looked solid. I think that's something to look forward to in the future.
Definitely, I think he's going to play a lot of cricket, a lot of first-class cricket, and hopefully a lot of cricket for the Proteas as well. Richards and Itswane. Over to Luto Sipamla. He's got one ball to survive here from Bryce Parsons.
He's got to take the single.
Yeah. They've spread the field.
He should have taken the single. You don't want to leave your in-batters facing most of the deliveries towards the end of the day. So you see another helmet being run onto the field.
And another over from Keshav Maharaj.
We've still got another 6 minutes, so we could probably get through another 3 or 4 overs of spin. Umpires are looking at each other, thinking it's getting quite dark. Decide to carry on.
We'll get another 1 or 2 here, Bonnie. Keshav will take his time, just making sure the field is right, and I think Connor Esterhuizen will take his time here as well between balls, trying to ensure that this is the last over of the day. Men around the bats.
I mean, Luto Sopamla is not. He can bat. He can hold a cricket bat. If I'm Connie Estes and I'd play the Dolphins bluff, I'd block the first two. On the third ball, take a single, and give Luto 3 balls to face. He's faced Keshav before, so he knows exactly what to look out for.
Not falling for the trap.
It's the same trap he gave to Richard this one there.
Yeah. I think just before the drinks break as well, Mitch van Buren.
Oh yes. I think so. That's why they saw the air that Keshav gave. He wanted to deposit back into Castle Corner.
Lots of men around the bat.
2 slips, silly points.
Sitting it off. It's like a little gully there. Lamar should play on his knees. Catching extra cover. SA is in solid on defence. Kesh has made good time, so we've got time for one more over.
Still think they'll try and get another one. Maybe finish with Kesh on his side, depending how quickly they get through the over. All the fielders are ready. Oh, nearly. Oh, changing.
They don't need to go very far, Bonnie.
Very true.
Oh, is that Simal Pillay, golden arm, to finish the day? 3 overs, none for 11. Is there a wicket in it, Bonnie?
I don't know. Would like to see another wicket.
Oh! A little bit of drift. Kaya Zondo there. It's going the wrong way.
Well played.
No doubt the Dolphins players will be having a little bit of a word there to Sipamla, encouraging a big shot.
AKA Freddie Flintoff. Gentino best.
Right, 2 slips, sitting it off, sitting it on. Oh! What a
How
lead.
has that not hit the stumps?
2 types of leaves, Warnie. Good one and a bad one. One hand, one bounce. Dolphins will do anything. 2 balls to go. Pillay rushing through this.
No, I think it's done.
Yeah.
Once that clock strikes 30, we're done.
Oh.
I'm sure the batters will have a chat now. So Pamela walks away from the crease.
Here we go.
Made it just in time.
Dolphins definitely trying to get one more over in. Umpire Dennis Smith has taken the hat of Keshav Maharaj, but the umpires say not to be. That's the end of the day's play, Warnie.
That as slow as Dennis Smith was walking, he's too experienced to be outdone by a few cricketers. He was a cricketer once, so he knows all the tricks of the trade. But another very good day of cricket, Baxi.
Yeah, a really good day of cricket. I think the Lions got back into the game quite nicely this morning. We saw a good partnership between Keshav Maharaj and Kushle, much needed. However, the Dolphins falling short of that 400-450 mark have always allowed the Lions into the game then at that stage, and the Lions got off to a fantastic start, didn't they, Bonnie? 105 without loss. Joshua Richards and the captain Dom Hendricks batted superbly up front, and then again, like you've spoken about today, the ebb and the flow of a 4-day game. Just how the Dolphins had then fought back, partnership again by the Lions, and the Dolphins ending the day on a wicket. The Lions a deficit of 160. Still lots of work to do in the morning. Second new ball will be due as well in 5 overs, and yeah, still lots to play for, Vorney. What's your opinion on the day?
I do think the Dolphins will be sitting in the change room now when they get inside, going, we probably left about another 100 or so runs out there. I think they should have, looking at the way the pitch is played, there's been no real demons. They should have looked to get to 400, 450 with batters in. They should have maybe got to 480, 500. That's what we spoke about this morning. But fair dues to the Lions bowlers coming this morning. Same energy as yesterday. They took the 3 wickets. Dolphins came back, fought for that last wicket partnership of 43, which was unbelievable. And then was to get out of lunch and sit here and watch. It almost looked like a one-day game. That's how nice it was. Just, you could just see the intent, the positivity from Joshua Richards, just to get the ball to the boundary, playing within his game plan, and then being assisted by Dom Hendricks as the wily old professional, just going about his business. It was really good to watch. For me, I think the Lions will be sitting in the change room going, we should have maybe scored a little bit more for the spinners. To be 160 behind, anything can happen tomorrow. 5 overs, you got the new ball. You could go bang bang and you lose 3 or 4 wickets quickly, and then you might be 140, 150 behind. And then it just becomes a lot easier for the Dolphins to maybe score 100, 150 runs, maybe 200, to put you under pressure in the 4th innings. On a wicket that we have seen now is turning. The spinners are bowling nicely and getting through their overs. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I said to Andy, it's day 3, moving day, so it should be fun. We are going to go through to Andy on the field. He's got
Right, our Hollywoodbets player of the day is the captain of the DP World Lions, Dominic Hendricks, and I'll tell you why. So, first of all, 100 stand, you made 55, but what we really liked in the box was the way that you handled the team in the morning session, because it was a crucial session of play, wasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Dolphins sort of came out with some good intent, and if you look at the way Ethan Bosch sort of went about it, he was keen to, it looked like he was in a mood to score some runs today. So it was vital that we got 1 or 2 early doors, just so that we could basically open up one side and yeah, give ourselves a chance to try and bowl them out in the morning session this morning.
And it was actually the theme of the first day, that there were moments when you felt that one team was on top and then a wicket would fall, and your guys would get back together. There seems to be a real spirit in your side.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we speak a lot about taking sort of teams to their breaking point. So for us, it was just about hanging in there. We know statistically in Durban, you're not necessarily going to take most of your wickets in the first session of the day. So yesterday, it was about hanging in there, keeping the rate nice and low, know, and then hopefully late in the afternoon we could sort of try and strike when the opportunity arose. We do know that reverse swing plays a big part in Durban, so when it did start going yesterday, that was sort of the thinking that we try and get 1 or 2 and hopefully run with it sort of that way.
And 2 things would have annoyed you today. One would have been that last wicket stand. Kesh Maharaj, difficult man to bowl to.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, he sort of played the situation perfectly. It was sort of set up nicely for him to come and play and express himself as naturally as he does. And then, I sort of just working with the guy on the other side to sort of try and farm strike. And then any opportunity that he got, he sort of put it away. So can be quite challenging, especially if you spend quite a few overs in the field. I mean, our bowlers bowled 20 odd overs, so that was the challenge for our bowlers to try and execute well against him. Unfortunately, we didn't quite execute as well, but at the end of the day, we did bowl him out, which we're very chuffed about. And then we put in some graft here with the bat this evening and this afternoon, so it's set up nicely for day 3.
And the other thing that will annoy you, also involving Kesh Maharaj, was getting that 5th wicket of the day. Richard Selitswani had played so well up to that point, but I guess that's what great bowlers do to you.
Yeah, so he sort of just kept it on a string most of the day. Didn't really give much away. I mean, was sort of there or thereabouts, always asking questions with his subtlety and his changing of angles and sort of the pace that he bowled. We could say his dismissal was a bit more exuberance of youth. Not quite reading the game well enough at this early part in his career, but hopefully he will take the lessons out of this because there was only about 2 or 3 overs left, 10 minutes of play left in the day. So we could just say a bit of inexperience in that front, but again, well bowled. He's the best in the world, up there with the best in the world for a reason. He bowled 20 odd overs today for 30 or 30 odd overs for. I can guarantee it wasn't more than 2 and over because he's there or thereabouts. So I mean, massive kudos to him. It doesn't look like he was going to give up or give it away quite easily today, if I could say that.
Here we are, end of day 2. The match is beautifully poised, I think, from a non-committal point of view. We've got a second new ball due fairly early tomorrow morning. What do you think you'll be telling the boys before they go out tomorrow?
I think the big thing is we just need one big partnership here. So if we can get one partnership of in excess of 100, so I'd say 120, 130, it will set us up nicely. Hopefully this is the partnership, or if the next one is that one, then that's the big thing. A big partnership sort of get us close to the deficit or take a slight lead. But without looking too far ahead, I think we just need one massive partnership. Hopefully Luto can hang in there in the morning. The night watchman, he did a sterling job last week. So hopefully he can put up a nice stand and irritate them a little bit, and hopefully it will be a bit more free-flowing with that new ball, but not necessarily going to be the case. The seamers didn't bowl a hell of a lot today, so could be quite challenging considering that they didn't bowl as many as you would have expected them to today, but circumstances dictated that. And then the big thing is hopefully we can sort of be there or thereabouts with that deficit sort of around lunchtime.
Thanks for talking to us. Have a good evening. Enjoy the day tomorrow.
Thank you. Absolute pleasure.